Welcome. I'm calling to order the June 4th, 2026 regular meeting of the Burbank Unified School District Board of Education. We acknowledge the traditional, ancestral, unceded territory of the Chumash, Tongva, Fernandeño, Tataviem, and First Nations on which we are learning, educating, and living. Let's all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over the heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yes. Thank you. I always love to hear little voices helping us out with that. Ms. Beauregard, can you please take the roll call at this time?
Member Olson?
Present.
Member Agakanian?
Present.
Clerk Kano?
Present.
Vice President Weisberg?
Present.
President Ponser-Kamkar?
I am present. We have quorum. Reporting on closed session. There's nothing to report out on closed session. Number 6, adjustments to the agenda. Are there any adjustments to the agenda? Dr. Macias?
Thank you, Madam President. We're pulling 12I, 13D, and 13E. 12I, and under consent, 13D and 13E.
I have one additional adjustment. With the consent of my colleagues, I would like to add an additional recognition under presentations and recognitions. All right, thank you. Any items for future agendas? Dr. Weisberg.
I would love, this is sort of a reminder of wanting to get a report back on, sorry, I'm just finding my notes here. On longevity bonuses, just a sense of who is receiving them and what the protocol and practice is for them would be great.
Others? I have one. I know we have a very active inter-district permit process for folks who work in Burbank. I'd like for us to explore a permit for folk in La Cañada. It's called a legacy permit for folks to allow the grandchildren of residents to attend schools in Burbank. I'd like for us to explore that. All right. So any other future agenda? Okay. All right. Then I will move to my item. All right. So it is June. We finished school last week, which felt great. But we are still in our end of our fiscal year. But it is time for us to recognize somebody who has been very incredible this year. And it should probably come as no surprise to most of you sitting in this room that I would really like for us to recognize Dr. Oscar Macias tonight. And for his amazing work this last year as our interim superintendent. I know he's still got a couple of weeks left and lots of work to do. But I wanted to make sure that we created that space to recognize him. And you know, it's been almost exactly a year since he stepped up to the plate. And we've had a lot of time together. And I really appreciate the way that you have led this district with integrity and kindness, and always with students first. Last week, during Burbank High graduation, I had the pleasure of handing out, not really diplomas, they're just the things that hold diplomas. But I had the pleasure of doing our photo ops alongside Dr. Macias. And, you know, it's always such a pleasure to see him with kids, because it just is always so clarifying, your heart for kids. And that's where your work comes from. And that's what drives you. And the board wanted to recognize that. And I know you love a metaphor, and one metaphor in particular. So I got you a couple of gifts. One of them is the David McCullough book, The Great Bridge. The bridge metaphor should not be a surprise to anybody who reads the BUSD bridge or especially the latest one. But you really have been a bridge, getting us through this last year and making sure that we all made it safely to the other side through a lot of tough winds and choppy waters and fog. And I can continue to really work this metaphor if you want me to, but I'm not going to. So along with that, I wanted to give you something, and I will also say I haven't read this book, but it's David McCullough, so I felt like it was safe. And I'm also trying. I hear that like the dad book of nonfiction is having a hard time, so I wanted to make sure that we were doing right by the dad book. So I feel like it's probably safe. I don't think he's been canceled. I expect a full book report by the end of the summer. Oh, hello. Is that better? Oh, it is better. Is that what has been missing these last several meetings? And then we just also wanted something to brighten up your office. So we will continue to pick a bridge. Turns out we're pretty landlocked in Los Angeles. So I picked one of my favorite bridges. So, we hope that you will think of this year and all of that you have learned and experienced. I know that it will be sometimes with, wow, that was painful. But I hope that you will remember it with growth and remember that we truly appreciate everything you've given to this district. And we look forward to continuing to see you on the other side of this bridge. It's been just a pleasure working with you. So thank you. Do my colleagues have anything to add? Okay. Anyway, I need a hug. All right, we will move on to 8A, informational presentation on facilities and bond program. Oh, do you have something to add to that one? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Please hold. We have additional recognition for Dr. Macias, and he deserves it. Miss Cano.
Hang on. I may have some technical difficulties.
Make
Just
him
give me a
cry.
second. I found this quote, and it says, when people on your team feel valued and appreciated for their efforts, they are more likely to meet and exceed any expectations. Part 2. So you took the helm when the district had been hit with a devastating blow, and a measure of your leadership is the response you had from everyone in this district. We banded together. We looked to you for guidance, which you provided with a smile and a calm tone. And it was gentle guidance, as Abby said, to get us to the other side. And I just wanted to thank you very much for your support in a rather turbulent time for us. Thank you.
Ms. Olson.
I just wanted to say that the community needed you in big ways and small ways, and every single time you said yes. I saw you say yes when it was so hard, and I saw you say yes when it was so easy, but you were so steady for all of us, and I feel so privileged to have gotten to work with you in this capacity. And as kind of already expressed, I think your steadiness, whether that was easy or not, you made it seem like it was. Everybody could lean on you. You were the rock that supported us during this hard time. And it just goes without saying that we are beyond grateful. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Oh, Dr. Aghaganian.
Thank you. Speaking of metaphors, and thank you for building this strong bridge that so many generations will cross. So I thank you, and as my colleague said, during these difficult times, we held that bridge together. So thank you, and I'm very appreciative of everything you've done.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Macias. All right, now 8A, our informational presentation on facilities and bond program consulting services with District Advocates Group, a division of Urban Futures, Inc. Hello.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam President, board members, staff, and community. Really appreciate the opportunity to come before you today and talk a little bit and introduce who we are with District Advocates Group and the services that we provide to school districts to help facilitate and improve the execution of your bond program. So we do have a presentation that's up on the screen now. So just as a quick introduction, my name is Alan Rising. I'm the Executive Vice President for District Advocates Group. I also have with me in the audience Dana Gruden, who's our Senior Program Manager that provides services to districts really here in the Southern California area as we move forward. So really today what we're talking about is who is DAG and what are we and what makes us different. DAG, it was really a division of Urban Futures, a company that was created in 1972 and provided a lot of financial support and advocacy for school districts. We formed with the idea that we can do a better job, that districts really need dedicated support from individuals that have proven themselves in this industry. Our entire company is nothing but past school district individuals that have worked directly in programs at the district level and have been successful in implementing bond programs for many school districts around the state. All of our individuals have a vast experience working directly with school districts. We really believe strongly that we are an independent fiduciary of the district. We are not here for the consultants, for the architects, for the engineers, for the contractors, for all the support staff. We are literally here to be an extension of your district and represent your district adequately and in the best way possible to ensure that these dollars that our community has entrusted with us are being used adequately and efficiently moving forward. Because we are individuals that have sat in a seat and performed this work, we really take that to heart. We really understand the issues at hand and the confidence that our community has placed in us to be able to use these tax dollars in a way that actually improves their schools in a meaningful way. We have direct, local, hands-on support that we provide. We work closely with your existing staff to make sure that we're an extension of that. We work closely with your superintendent, your CBO, your facilities directors to ensure that we leverage the work that they're already doing and ensure that that work is being done in an efficient and effective manner. We're backed by a strong bench across the state. So just the folks that we have today here and just the folks that we have in Southern California are not all the folks that will be working on your program. So we have architects, we have superintendents, we have other individuals that work closely in our industry that can help leverage the work that we do to ensure that projects are moved forward. We have a lot of existing relationships with all of our state regulatory agencies, both DSA that we all know and love to talk about, but Office of Public School Construction, Department of Toxic Substance Control, and all of the other EIEIO letters that exist in the state, CDE and others. So we really bring a big, strong bench of people to the program to help facilitate what you're doing. We provide a full menu of program support services, everything from pre-construction support and planning, working closely with the district, the board, your superintendent to ensure that the priorities that exist and the priorities that the community expects are brought forward in a meaningful and effective way. That takes a lot of pre-planning, a lot of discussions as we begin to look at priorities. As you so acutely know, we never have enough money to do everything that we know we need. So now we have to make sure that the work that we do provides the best value to your community as you move forward. And so we work closely to ensure that we can bring that to you. We work in procurement and contracts, very adept at working through the various different delivery methods, very adept at working through all of the ways to ensure that every dollar that you have is stretched to as far as it can possibly go to get the value out of that, whether that means working through piggyback agreements or CMAS agreements or all the different mechanisms that we have at our disposal to be able to get the most out of every dollar. We have designers, we have architects on staff that can help work with your architects. We're not here to replace your architect, but we're definitely here to have qualified peer reviews to ensure that you're getting what you expect from your architectural teams and your design teams. Everything from project inspection to program managers and project managers that are out in the field, ensuring that all of the team members that we bring onto the program are being effective and bringing your projects forward in the way that you expect and your community expects. We also work closely with your team for reporting closeout activities, working closely with your citizens bond oversight committees to ensure that your community is aware. One of the things that I've learned through my career is that transparency is key to what we do, right? Making sure that we bring the community along with us as partners, ensuring that we report in a transparent way to ensure that the community knows exactly where their dollars are being spent. And we work closely to ensure that we produce adequate reporting so the community knows exactly what's going on, not only to the board, but also to the community at large to ensure that that we have partners as we move forward through this process. And again, we have folks that have done this work for many, many years in school districts that bring that forward. Our program would be really built to align with the Burbank goals and with the Burbank program. We're not here to take over the bond. We're here to actually work closely with your staff to ensure that we're effective as we move the bond forward. So we'll adjust our staffing and the needs to ensure that we align closely with the work that you already have going on. You already have facilities folks, you have a facilities director. We'll partner with those individuals to ensure that we're working closely with what has already been planned. We understand you already have a master plan, and so we've already been looking at that. We've already been educating ourselves on your master plan, but now it requires us to take that into action. So you need to put together all the plans, the long-term plans. In some cases, these are years in the making to bring these projects forward, and we align with the goals that are included in that master plan. But master plans are evolving documents. And we understand that priorities evolve over time as things like regulatory changes happen or new programs at the state level. We're always engaging with the district to ensure that the priorities that we're working on are in alignment with what the district expects and what the current needs are for the school district as we move forward. Again, it's about transparency, about stretching dollars. It's about being effective and efficient as we move forward with these programs. Next. We also believe strongly, our firm was founded with financial advisors. That's what Urban Future started doing. We have a strong core belief in our company about financial responsibility and ensuring that we are as big of a watchdog of your dollars as you are, to ensure that everything that we're doing is being done in a way that gets the most out of those. So we really want to make sure that we coordinate closely with what you're doing and ensure that every one of those dollars is being built or being spent correctly. The other big core to what we believe is that we're an extension of your team. Part of what we do also is we help build capacity of your team. This is not an opportunity for us to take over. We want to build your capacity. We want to build the folks that are within your team, and as you bring new team members on, we want to provide the kind of support and training that those folks need to ensure that they understand some of the nuances of the state program. It's a very complex program, and making sure that we help build that capacity as we go forward. And really, we help facilitate and accelerate decisions, right? And a lot of times in our industry, time is money. And if we're not being effective in how we make those critical decisions, some of which are not easy to make, but you as a board need that information. You need those details to be able to make those decisions. That's our job, to facilitate that, to ensure that we understand all of the nuances of what's happening so we can make the best decision possible in a timely manner to be able to move these projects forward. So again, we talked a lot about stretching dollars, really spending priorities, making sure that everything that we're doing is in alignment with what the district wants. Making sure that we align with your oversight committee and providing what documents and reports and spending details the committee needs to do their job. We really want to make sure that we work closely with the district to phase projects as we go forward. So we have whole teams of scheduling teams that will work on how those projects are moved forward and in what order they're moved forward to ensure that we're able to spend these dollars effectively. One of the core beliefs in our company is on a fixed fee model, which is very different than a lot of program management services provide. We work on a fixed fee. When we give you a number that we'll charge, that's an all-in number. Call us day or night, any time of the day or night, and we're here to help support your team. We don't believe in nickel and diming districts. So many times you may have experienced contract amendments that happen over time as more value needs to be added to projects with various different reasons and rationales behind that about why this extension needs. You will not see that with District Advocates Group. We work closely with your team to come up with a cost model, and we hold by that cost model moving forward. This is an all-in number, so all the services that we provide is incorporated into that cost, and we believe strongly that that provides you a level of cost certainty where you know what things are going to cost moving forward, and you know that you're not going to see any changes beyond that. So moving forward, just kind of a little bit about us. We currently have 20 clients up and down the state. We have just a little bit over $2 billion in construction that we're managing. We've combined in our team, we have over 250 years of experience working in school construction. And I'll say this effort of District Advocates Group is just a little bit over 2 years old. Just kind of a quick explanation to that. Urban Futures has been around since 1972. But we recognized that there was a gap in our industry, that we had an opportunity here that really needed to be filled. We had districts that were struggling with trying to find the adequate level of consulting and folks that really understand the program and understand school construction. And we stepped up to try to fill that void in a way that we believe school districts are looking for. And so that was just 2 years old. It's been highly successful with 20 clients already developed in just that amount of time. And I can honestly say all of those clients have been very satisfied with our services that we provide. This is just some folks here in Southern California that we're currently working with. We have contracts and working closely with Redondo Beach, Oxnard Union High School District, Palos Verdes Peninsula, and Hermosa Beach City School District, where we're helping to manage their bond programs with this is just our LA office that we're working with. Moving on a little bit about who we are. Myself, Alan Rising, I'm the Executive Vice President, but I just recently, just a little bit over a year ago, completed a 40-year career in school districts. I actually worked right here in a neighboring school district. I was in Glendale Unified School District for about 7 years. I was their Administrator of Facilities and Support, managing their, at that time, was $270 million bond, which we were successful in leveraging that up to $420 million before I left, so it was a successful program. From there, I went to Long Beach Unified School District, where I was managing their $5 billion program, both as their executive director of facilities and then ultimately the assistant superintendent of facilities and operations, helping to manage their almost $5 billion program. Before that, I was in a small district here in Southern California known as LA Unified, where I was there for about 25 years working through their facilities program as well. Dana Gruden, who's here with me tonight, has more than 25 years of experience. She's recently in Long Beach Unified School District, where we recruited her to bring her into that program. Before that, she was with Irvine Unified, again, working closely with bond programs. She's very adept at the planning and development side of the house and works very closely with our designers and architects to be able to bring those things forward. We have other individuals that have just a host of experience working directly for school districts for many, many years. So that's a little about us. I'll pause there if there's any questions, comments, anything that I can hopefully answer for you about what we do as District Advocates Group.
Questions from my colleagues? Dr. Weisberg.
I
think my question might be for Dr. Hasty, but you could also weigh in. So we recently talked about hiring a bond manager, and we have staff in place, and the money is coming out of bond funds. So can you talk a little bit about how the work that you do is different than the work of people we've just brought on?
Yeah.
That'd be great.
So I will start with the people that we have brought on. Our director of facilities technically oversees facilities, and so that would be routine restricted maintenance funded, deferred maintenance funded projects, Fund 40 type projects. We had the pool, some of the TK developer fee funded projects. And again, not that there wouldn't be some overlap, but really the bond project managers we have on staff now are what I call boots on the ground. They are there overseeing the day-to-day construction and projects, doing the walkthroughs on a regular basis. This is definitely more of a high level of service that would be both consultative, and then we could also reach out to make sure we're overseeing the compliance piece of many of the aspects of the bond, and as far as procurement and other pieces. But he's the expert, so.
Yeah, absolutely. What we don't do is what's called construction management. Our services are not based upon in-field construction management. So when you're thinking about those folks that sit in construction trailers on school sites and make sure that projects are moving forward, that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about program management. We're talking about to ensure that your program-wide, all of the projects that you have are set up in a way that are going to be effective and efficient moving forward, that we're able to execute the projects on time, that we're able to leverage all of the state monies that we can on time, that we work with you closely to do things like hire the architectural teams that you're working with to make sure that those are the very best teams in our state. All of the various different support functions that happen to be able to bring those folks on and help move the projects forward. At your oversight committee meeting last night, I said this and said, honestly, and maybe this is not in my best interest, but you don't have to hire a team to do this work. You can do this in-house. But to do that, you have to put a lot of emphasis on internal staff. You'd need to hire a level of staff to be able to move these projects forward. Because there's a lot of work involved in moving a project through all of the various different regulatory processes that are necessary in order to move it forward. We all know DSA, right? Pretty simple and straightforward, but there's a lot of nuances to how you move through that without being caught in the 6-month delays and all the other things that are going on. Making sure that the contracting teams that we hire to bring these projects forward are the best teams possible for the job. Working with the board and Dr. Hasty and the team to talk about things like delivery methods. What's the best way of bringing this project forward? And there's a lot of differences out there between, we've heard all these terms with lease-back and design build and design bid build and CMAS projects and just, and CUPCA and all these different terms that are used out there. We help guide you through that process as you schedule and organize these projects in a way to leverage and ensure that you're getting the best value. All of those processes can end up in delays. Delays cost you money. Delays waste tax dollars when you're not able to bring these projects to your students and your community in an effective way. And we want to minimize that. We want to eliminate that if possible and ensure that your projects are the top priority to move them forward. Our team, because we've been doing this for a long time at very high levels, we have a lot of relationships built within the industry to ensure that your projects get the kind of interest that you deserve in our community. This goes all the way from inspection services to geotechnical support to architectural teams, all of those different services that we need to make sure that you're getting the most competitive proposals possible for your work. Working closely with your teams for support, making sure that they understand the various different nuances of the program. Not taking over for them, but just giving them the ability to talk through things so that we can figure out the best way to move these projects forward is really, really what we do. So I hope that answered it.
Ms. Olson?
I have 2 questions, but I'm going to weave them together because I think they're associated. The first is, how will we hear from you? Kind of what does that cadence look like? Mm-hmm. And the second is, we started working with this company, Key Analytics. I want to just kind of better understand I feel like there might be some redundancy there, and how we kind of expect to move that forward.
Yeah, can I speak to, there's two, we have King Consulting right now. We're in what is called a phase one of OPSC. When you hear that term, when we're applying for those reimbursements, that contract is set to sunset on June 30th. So DAG would take over that portion of that for sure. Key Analytics is definitely, that's a different skill set, if you will, where they dive deep into the account structures of our funding and within internal controls and process. So they've taken a deep dive and they're recalibrating all our reports to make sure they're not only compliant, but they're aligned with our plans as well. And they would be working in conjunction until further notice with DAG.
I will interject there that we work closely with Key Analytics and several clients. Key Analytics provides a service that's really about that fiscal accountability for your bond. It's important to recognize that bond accounting is materially different than general fund accounting, just because the level of detail that is required not only for our oversight committee's understanding of how we spend money across projects, but also when we report up to the state for those eventual reimbursements from the state for these projects. The level of accounting is just materially different. Key Analytics is a partner that's a fiscal accounting specialist that works closely with the district and the district's accounting tools and the county accounting tools to bring those reports forward so that we can better serve that requirement for transparency to our community. The type of reports and the type of information that they develop is really helps us to meet that goal. What we do is we do the execution side, right? We're the ones that actually determine like what we're spending and where we're spending it on and what the recommendation to the board for how these projects would be moving forward.
I think these are probably both for you, Dr. Hasty, but I know sounds like you went to the SFOC last night. Would love to hear the feedback that they had. And then also, when could we expect for this to come back for a vote?
So we'd bring it, well, I can go backwards here a little bit. We would bring a contract, I want to say, on June 25th. If I don't know if we'll bring it to June 18th for the special, but we'd be looking at that before the end of the school year. For the feedback, we did have this presentation and we did answer a lot of questions. I think the top concern I heard was just what does communication look like between DAG and then just our sites and how that's going to look. And so that's something we'll definitely fine tune and we'll work on that and make sure we have a real clear communication protocol. And just looking at the contract in general, is this a multi-year contract? Right now we're starting out with an annual and we're going to see, we'll get through that annual and then we'll go from there. So I felt the feedback overall was pretty good. One other one was coming in at this point, what is your steps to assess and what are you going to prioritize first? And I'll let Alan speak to that a little bit because I think you know the answer to that.
Yeah, thank you. I will really quick because I don't think I addressed the question about engagement and communication. We will work towards whatever the district's comfortable with communications. Most typically, that looks like at least weekly or maybe biweekly contacts directly with your district's team. And then as needed and as appropriate, we come before this board and present the information that the board needs to have, whether that means contract approvals or just routine, maybe special study sessions about the bond. We also are available and will work with the team to address your oversight committee. We also have communication specialists that'll help with written and printed communications that we can put out on project updates. We'll go to community meetings, right? Town halls. We'll do those kind of things to help present the great work that we're doing here in Burbank and how that's materially affecting our school environments.
Dr. Agakanian?
So looking at some of the contracts, it's comparing to some of the other districts, a little smaller, bigger, but my concern is, for example, I was there when there was concerns with Build LA and their previous contractors because they weren't hiring locally. So I think at one point, in terms of input, because you said working with the community needs, I would be very interested to see that if we're looking at also hiring, we'd look closely, we look locally, because that was something that was brought up, much larger bond, of course. But I know that you've dealt with smaller ones, and I'm sure has come back to you with smaller districts. I would like to see that we're talking about looking at needs of the community, we also bring into consideration hiring locally.
Yeah, yeah. I will say that every district, regardless of size, has that same concern, right? These are local tax dollars that your community is entrusting in us. It is our responsibility, and I believe that very strongly personally, it's our responsibility to work closely with your community to ensure that local contractors within their capacity have the opportunity to work on our bond programs in their very same neighborhoods. We'll work closely with the board. We'll follow a district policy. We've put out contractor engagement forums where we call contractors in to talk about the great work that's happening in Burbank and really try to incentivize local contractors to work closely with us and provide bids on our projects. But it goes deeper than that, too. We look at things like material suppliers, right? Because contractors are just one portion of the work. When we work with larger, like modernization or major repair contracts, we work with our general contractors so that they solicit to your local subcontractors, so that maybe you don't have a lot of big GCs in Burbank, but maybe you have a few different plumbers or electricians or carpenters that can actually come out and work on our jobs. We work very closely with that. We can work with you to generate reports on what those percentages look like and what those goals maybe have been established by the district. So we absolutely can do those things to ensure that as much of the work as possible stays here locally.
And I'm sure that Dr. Hasty can show you the community workforce agreement that we signed and
Yes.
all of that. Did you have a question? Go ahead, Ms. Cano.
Okay, I have 4 questions, so I'm not sure which order I wanted, because you just did answer part of that in terms of, because I had union contractors. Are we looking, maybe this is for you, Dr. Hasty, are we looking at other companies then in terms of comparison shopping?
We have, but I will tell you, with this pricing structure, this is by far the lowest price structure for what we need at this point. Most companies we would bring in for program management are going to be significantly more than where DAG is coming in. And I think I've spoke to that at the SFOC. I spoke to it yesterday as well. A traditional program management firm would cost exponentially more, where DAG is bringing in an annual cost that I've paid monthly before for other contractors. And remember, this is also to support a hybrid approach, which is going to be unique because we're going to have some of our own existing internal staff. So, and so that's where I think this is unique, and it's really money well spent for the price.
Okay, yeah, I would like to hear Robin and Leah's take on this and understanding. Now, who would then DAG report to?
It'd be myself and the superintendent.
Okay. And then how do we check accountability for them?
You would be able to do that through the regular reporting that comes up, because they will be active with helping and supporting the board reports and the SFOC reports as well, which would be more frequent and most likely much more thorough and updated.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Really
I appreciate
appreciate
the
it.
opportunity to come in and talk with you today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll move to 9, reports from the board and staff. The first is 9A, reports from our labor partners. We'll start with Sarah Schwartz from Burbank Teachers Association.
Good evening, community members, members of the Board of Education, and fellow BUSD employees. My name is Sarah Schwartz, and I'm a Burbank teacher, a BUSD parent, and the president of the Burbank Teachers Association, representing approximately 700 teachers, counselors, nurses, and speech-language pathologists in BUSD. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of our educators, classified colleagues, administrators, and BUSD staff. Your service, commitment, and passion this school year have made a lasting difference in the lives of our students and the community. I hope you find time for some well-deserved rest, adventures, and time with your family and friends. I'm going to be brief today because my colleague Celia Green already shared many of our opinions on the topics agendized today at the last meeting. Simply put, while we understand the need for some reorganization of the district office and additional professional staff in some areas where our district has fallen short, we encourage both management and the board to transparently share plans for both how these positions will be funded and how they will be held accountable. If the role of a position is ultimately to save BUSD money, how will that be evaluated, and what will be done if the reality falls short of the idea? Furthermore, the funding used for these positions cannot be diverted from the classroom. As you are all aware, we are negotiating over the elementary physical education program for the 2027-2028 school year, and fully expect to negotiate over other important educator and student needs next year. I believe BUSD does its best work when it collaborates with educators and their union. While we are expecting a healthier than predicted state budget, we do not want BUSD to go on a spending spree prior to meaningful input from all of its stakeholders. And for BTA and our colleagues in CSEA, that input is given at the bargaining table. Finally, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge and thank you for taking a pause to consider the legal classifications of at least some of the positions being recommended. It appears, in at least the case of the athletic trainers, BUSD is taking a second look at where they appropriately belong before approval. I'm glad that you received our feedback on this issue in the spirit of collaboration and took a second look at whether every unique position genuinely belongs in the management category. This year was challenging for BUSD. There are many things we wish our district had not had to struggle with. However, I want to end by again lifting up the work of all of the employees across the district who stayed focused on the success of students, no matter what was going on in these meetings or at the district office. I look forward to the work we are going to do next year to continue to build the schools and hopefully school district that Burbank educators, students, and families deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Schwartz. We'll move to reports from the superintendent, and I believe Dr. McCoy is presenting.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a short, actually the surprise recognition threw me off, so I'm a little distracted, but it's okay. I will share more on the June 25th meeting, but thank you again for that acknowledgement and recognition. I do want to go on record to say that there are a few people in this room sitting behind me. One who unfortunately is not here, and Dr. Knappik, who I have deemed our MVP this year. This work was not done in isolation at all. I'm deeply proud and appreciative of cabinet leadership this year. And again, I'll share more on the 25th, but a huge thank you to you and appreciate the acknowledgement. And again, we didn't do it alone because it did take a lot of patience and understanding from our community, our labor partners as well, so I appreciate that. Briefly, yes, graduations, promotions, seed program, seeing that celebration was all wonderful and beautiful. Very celebratory. So I want to congratulate each and every one of our school communities, to our students and families who are promoting to the next grade span level from 5th grade to 6th grade, and our 8th graders going to 9th grade. We wish you well. You're going to be well situated in our school communities. To our high school graduates from Magnolia Park, Independent Learning Academy, Monterey, Burbank High, and Burroughs, fully have confidence that you are not only college career, but life ready. So kudos to them and congratulations to the families for that experience and celebration. I'm going to briefly turn it over to Dr. Hasty because we want to acknowledge someone who's brand new to our community, but we haven't had the opportunity to announce her. We did by email, but we have her here in person. So yeah, Dr. Hasty.
I just want to say, the definition of hit the ground running is our new director of facilities who's coming from up north, Valeska Emez. You want to stand up and recognize? Miss Emez has been a breath of fresh air. It's just great. She has incredible capacity, and she's instantly, earned the respect of her team and is doing great work already. So thank you.
Welcome. Thank you. I'm going to yield the rest of my time to Dr. McCoy.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Macias, President, Poncer Camcar, trustees, staff, and guests, and thank you for having me here tonight, and I really appreciate the opportunity to lead in BUSD. Today marks about 2 months since I was appointed the superintendent to begin July 1, and I'm really grateful to say that I've been able to be present in BUSD about once a week from then to now. And I wanted to thank Dr. Macias and Dr. Hasty. We've been having weekly, sometimes daily, but mostly weekly conversations about what's going on in the district and what our path ahead is. And I also wanted to thank the community members that asked us to push pause on some of our organizational efforts so we could come here tonight and let the board and the community know what our direction is and what our goal is for the 26-27 school year. So if we could put the slide up, please. So, and I don't say this slightly when I say that every conversation I've had around Burbank Unified demonstrates the pride and the support that our district has in this community. And regardless of who we're speaking to, how hard the topics have been, or how easy the topics have been, the care of the community is shown by the I'm looking for my right SAT word here, for really the verve that people have for the district and the passion that people have for the district. And I've told a lot of folks who've been through a lot, as has the district, that it would be way worse if some of these things were happening and no one was here and no one was coming forward and no one was speaking up. So the fact that the community is here and speaking up and making a difference is significant in this community, and this does not happen in every community. So I wanted to thank all our stakeholders for that. The conversations I've been able to have given us a direction to take for an organizational plan that we'd like to implement on July 1. Moving ahead, we have 2 of those positions for consideration by trustees tonight. We're also fortunate to have 2 contracts to hire permanent members of the team that are on the agenda tonight. And if you've been with us for a while, you'll see that one of the things we're doing is trying to change the focus of educational services to what I like to say is keep the main thing, to really focus on curriculum and instruction, on educational technology, on supporting our principals and our school sites. And I've had really great conversations with our BASA reps. I want to thank Sarah and her team at BTA for listening and being open to the ideas we're sharing. I want to thank Laura and CSCA for our conversations about this direction. And I want to be the first person to tell you that we know that trust isn't given, it's earned. And I'm asking the community to take a leap with me and with us as we move ahead with some of these ideas. And we realize that we haven't had a robust system of evaluations for our management personnel over the last few years. And all of these positions that are recommended, including persons who are recommended for these positions, will be going through an evaluation process that includes a mid-year eval and first goal setting, mid-year eval, and a final year eval that is gone over, is available for the trustees to review should they want to do that. And really, we know that accountability matters, and it matters here. And it's not that it's timely, it's a must-do. We must implement our robust evaluation system of our management team. And what I'm telling everybody, and you'll hear this from me a lot, is we all have to understand that we're working for kids. So whether we're in accounting, whether we're in fiscal services, facilities, it's the students of the district that matter the most. I want to say that, some folks have shared a little concern that I'm a high school guy and I haven't had a lot of direct supervision over elementary schools. But I had the coolest experience at Bret Harte, where I got to meet some of the smallest human beings I've ever met in my entire life. And they were so cool to chat with me and just talk about different things that were going on with them. And I'm really looking forward to the development of our TK through 3 literacy programs and engaging more of our TK and K kinder parents in what they see they need for their students as they enter our district. One thing about being high school is we always have at least one bad athletic analogy during every meeting, so if one of those comes out, I'm going to apologize in advance. But in educational services, what we're really looking to do is focus the team on the day-to-day curriculum and instruction, the ed tech, We know that we're working with different community groups around should we slow down the tech? What kind of tech are we providing? We will be pursuing some committee work around artificial intelligence and what that means for our district over time, and that will at a certain point come forward as a board policy. In human resources, there may be some questions around what's happening in human resources. Why do I see career tech education, visual performing arts, expanded learning, and adult education? We think human resources has connects to that, but also the board and the community should expect an updated job description for the assistant superintendent to connect human resources and expanded learning. And that includes working with our community groups, because the focus of expanded learning, the focus of CTE and visual arts, the focus of adult education is college readiness and career preparation. And what we want to do is match the district's capacity in human resources to those external supports for our students, to get them in internships, to get them in front of our local employers. We know that it takes a lot of money to live anywhere in Southern California, and Burbank's no exception. So it's really about how can we get students into high-need, high-wage careers locally so that they can take the place of all of us and sit in this dais and stand at this podium when they're ready to do so. And how can they be part of an evolving creative economy that's here in Burbank? In business services, I want to thank Dr. Hasty. We've been having, again, weekly conversations, and I've been able to sit side by side with him over the last couple of months and really value the service that he's providing to us. And I will share with you and the community that everything that I would want Dr. Hasty to focus on, should I have been able to assume the position in April, he's brought to me and brought to my attention, and we've really had a lot of moments where we're discussing the same functional preparation and essential, I won't call them, well, maybe I'll call them fixes, but efficiencies that we need to find in our system. So a priority for the district is going to be to move forward from our two financial systems, Smarty and Best, into one financial system over time to eliminate double work that a lot of our employees are having to do, which also creates inefficiencies at the site. That's something that he's been in the middle of and brought to my attention. And really, we're also excited about our new Director of Fiscal Services, Marcella, who's joined us. And we thank the board and the community for supporting our fiscal control supervisor. We're working with CSCA to bring a position control analyst to the district so that we know exactly who's working for us, where they're working, and what the work is, so that we can improve timelines and efficiency. So thank you to Dr. Hasty for all that work in the last 2 months. A new position, and I know this has been an object of some discussion for the community, is Assistant Superintendent, Special Education and Student Services. I haven't had, to be quite honest, one conversation with any stakeholder that hasn't had special education as a topic. And there's two topics. One that's critical to both the district's finances and our labor partners is looking to reduce the number of outside services and outside contractors that we've been having to use in the last few years, to in-house that work, provide that work to our own employees in an efficient way, but also to look at our legal settlements and try and, because the more support we have at school on the front line, and this is what I've been told by everyone I've been talking to, that if we're supporting the schools in the right way, I can tell you as one person, we will have less legal to do because we'll be catching things as they happen and having the quality IEP right off the bat, provide the training that people need. All of this without reduction to services for students with disabilities who need them to be supported and need them to be successful. And so when we look at cost savings in special education, please know it's never about eliminating or preventing a child from what they need. It's about how can we be more efficient and make the moves that we need to make in order to really provide that with our local district employees that are our most critical resource for our students. We have a lot of work to do in that area, and so one rationale among many for the position is that if currently that oversight exists in educational services, and because of the scope of work that we need in special education, we are strongly recommending to the board and to the community that we have a separate oversight for special education that's focused on special education and student services. That has to do also, and all of this intersects with our our vision to have a public information officer who not only would be responsible for communications, but would work with our donors to help our donors be recognized and celebrated, and would work with our different foundations that need a direct point of contact for the district. So in public information, we would have a whole series of to-dos for that person, and we're looking at revamping the website, making it more accessible and making it more user-friendly and a better source of information for the community. So I'm happy to take any questions from the board. I just really appreciate the opportunity to share with the board and with the community the vision that we're focusing on. And again, I'm really grateful for this opportunity to serve in Burbank Unified. As some of you know, I'm moving and I'm relocating from Oxnard down to Altadena, and so I'll be right close by. I can be here as much as I like to be, which will be a lot. My house comes with a turtle, apparently, so I am sharing that with folks, and the people we're buying it from said they would rehome the turtle, but my wife said we are keeping the turtle. So I just wanted to, I know that's maybe too much information for tonight, but I did want to share that. And I'd be happy to answer any questions from trustees.
Does the turtle have a name?
The turtle's name is Shelly.
Oh. I get it. I get it. I got it. Questions from my colleagues? Dr. Weisberg.
I don't know if we want to, if it makes more sense to wait to ask position-specific questions when we get to those agenda items, or if now is the time.
I think it's okay to ask questions here.
Okay. I have a couple. Can you talk a little bit about funding? I mean, we know that we're getting slightly more budgetarily this year, but that's one time. We have no way of knowing if that's going to continue. So can you talk a little bit about how we're going to be funding these new positions long-term?
Yeah, and what I'll tell you, and I might defer to Dr. Hasty for some of the details, but essentially through our new fiscal director and Dr. Hasty, we've been analyzing the budget and trying to make the most out of the funds that we already have. So none of these positions are taking from an existing position that's in the district. We are estimating a significant savings from the Assistant Superintendent of Special Education, because over time we are looking for a reorganization of that department to be more efficient as well. So I would defer to Dr. Hasty for a couple of details.
There's a couple things. So there's some strategic pieces that we're looking at for example, for the facility or the bond one that's fiscal supervisor, that would be a 50% bond funded. So that would take 50% of that salary out of the general fund. And that was the one that we approved last time of the fiscal compliance supervisor. And then we'd be looking at that position control analyst that we were talking about, that we're looking at some of those. But overall, with the increase of the discretionary block grant, which right now we're looking at an additional potential $6 to $7 million in excess money. That is the one time, but also with the additional COLA on top of that, we're looking at another well over $3 million in revenues. So with some of the positioning, we've also taken a deep dive in some of our expenditures. One of them is the solar lease, for example. We have a solar lease that was coming out of a general fund that is allowed to be put in Fund 40, taking that expense out of the general fund, putting it in Fund 40, which opens up more money for us as well to fund some of these positions. So I think overall, as we're getting more revenue, we're getting a tighter sense on the budget. We're able to reorganize some of the various areas. We are going to see a reduction in deficit spending at budget adoption, although once we get the numbers, we'll be very clear, but a reduction. So I think we're in a right trajectory, and even figuring these new positions, we will still be financially on the right path.
Ms. Cano? No, you're good?
No, I'm just,
She's noodling.
I'm good, yeah.
So, I don't know that you said this, but I want to be clear that two of these that are on here that look maybe new, but are kind of reimagining of existing positions, right? So CT and VAPA was kind of our director of CTE.
Correct.
Right?
That's a current directorship in the district.
And then expanded learning was early childhood, child development.
It's a revision to the director of child care position. And so the new positions that we don't currently have are the assistant superintendent of special education and potentially a proposed bond project director that would be fully funded by the bond. But what I can tell you is because of the cost overrun in special education, which is a general fund contribution, we believe that will reduce more than the salary that's outgo for this new position within the first year. Now, the other thing we can do is, and it's been said tonight, what if these positions don't meet the financials that we projected? We project additional reorganizational plans that will come to the board within these departments after we have some time in the seat. But right now, for example, we need to address with CSEA our behavioral aides, the two different types of positions that we have, what those duties mean. There's been a request for reclassification of those positions that will also help us get to a better place where we can make sure that those employees are being paid what they should be paid for the services that they're providing. So having oversight in this department and hands-on is critical. I would tell you that we don't have the capacity to do what we need to do in special education if we were to stay in our current model, which is why this proposal is before you. But I also understand, and I want to be very clear, that we know the board and the district have been through different asks over time. And I want to be very conscious of those. And I don't want to say that I'm here to ask for the trust fall, but what I'm here to say is you need to hold me accountable as your superintendent if we don't deliver on the plans that we're set to deliver. And I'll be the first person to tell you that the role as superintendent is to be accountable to the trustees and the community. And these are our best recommendations after 2 months of study. And I've been, again, fortunate that I was gifted the time by Oxnard Union High School District to come down and be present and be in meetings. And no decision that we make regarding these is going to be easy because it's something we haven't done before, or we've asked for something similar and we haven't delivered over time. And I do want to acknowledge that we know that this is about, and what I've told everybody who's met with me is it's my job to help us deliver on the asks that we're making, and really with the kids at the center of the work and the kids at the center of what we do. And I wouldn't bring these to you, especially at day -26, if I wasn't certain that this was a good direction for us to go. Also, if we do this work now, we will not be coming to you for additional asks during the 26-27 school year. So we're trying to set ourselves up for some do nows and to get right to work with a plan that's going to allow for efficiencies within the district.
So I'm curious how this interacts with our fiscal stabilization plan. I think both from a financial and like technical perspective, but also I think I'm having a hard time just from a values perspective, honestly, of just what it says about we just had to make some pretty hard decisions and do some layoffs, and now we're adding management positions. Even if that's the right choice, it's really hard to justify.
Understood.
And so talk me through how this works with our fiscal stabilization plan, and how we explain this to people when they say, how are you adding management positions when you just laid people off at the school site?
Right, understood. And what I can tell you is, my recommendation is going to be that we renew the fiscal stabilization plan early in the fall with some of the new understanding we have in the budget with our new fiscal team. There's also, we as Burbank have not taken advantage of some levers that are available that allow us no longer to be in layoff. So we have not, for example, yet explored a supplemental early retirement plan that will help us navigate our decline in enrollment. We would tell you with our public information officer, every 10 students we're able to bring into the district is going to be $150,000. We bring in 100 students, we're talking about $1.5 million. That has to do with our communications and letting folks know that we're out there and that we're a great program and that we have a lot of value to add. Like, I'll tell you that I've had several colleagues statewide ask me if I'm retiring because Oxnard's announced I'm leaving, but we haven't been able to put much information out in Burbank. So I do tell them, no, I'm going to Burbank Unified, and I'm really grateful for that. And so just to have that, to increase our presence and to let folks know the quality of the educational program that exists in the city and the great things our schools are doing, those are all potential income in that we don't have. And also looking at, again, non-layoff efficiencies that we haven't explored because we haven't had the capacity over the last couple of years. The other thing we are going to do is give you an initial enrollment study. So we also, in addition to one that Dr. Macias is putting together, we're also looking at a broader study that looks at birth rates, that looks at persistence into TK versus birth rate. It looks at persistence from TK into kinder. It will help us identify if we have a particular grade level where students are exiting the district beyond first, second, or third grade, and then allow us to do some deep work around how we can stem any tide out. So, for example, we don't have these reports yet, but in a neighboring district that's been through this study, they found that their loss of enrollment wasn't less TK and KN, it was 8th grade to 9th grade. People were leaving their middle school and not attending their local high school. Small district, one team, one town. And so that's something where then that district is creating a plan to market to their current parents and current students about why that high school is the best place to be. So what I would tell you is this increase in capacity is going to allow us to do things that we haven't been able to bring to the board before. And I understand that, you know, given what's happened, that's a hard ask. And I wouldn't be here to give you that ask unless I thought there was a benefit to the district. The other thing we need to look at is employee salary. Dr. Hasty had commissioned a study, and we need to work with our labor partners to use new monies to increase and improve the salaries that we're providing to our employees. And we need to have that conversation ASAP because we want the recruitment into the district, not just because it's a great place to live and work, but it's a livable wage that that folks can sustain their families over time by working for us. All to say that these are threads that we'll bring to the board in reports throughout the school year. And again, I know it's hard as we sit in June after a year like we've had to give us the authority to move ahead. But I can tell you that these aren't decisions that, you know, we're just saying to you, wow, this might be a good idea. I think we're going to have, again, some efficiencies and build capacity that are going to allow us to identify other income streams and things that are sense-making. Unfortunately, we can't produce the results without taking a chance on the plan. And I understand that. And again, what I would tell you is hold your superintendent accountable day in and day out. And that's how I approach this work. That's why I'm grateful to be here, because I think all public systems occasionally need a reset. We're at that reset point. And I think, again, there's so much good things happening. We need to highlight the good work of the district as we move ahead, acknowledging the hardship people have been through.
Thank you. Other questions from my colleagues? Mike, please. Ms. Khan.
Everything that Ms. Counselor Kemkar asked, I think, was my questions. So I think I would just ask, can we, I just need my head still to wrap around this. It's been difficult to see all these and just think of what we just did. That was the hardest thing, one of the hardest things we've ever done, you know, having to say that we're going to lay people off, and then looking and seeing all these things, I'm thinking, and we're hiring, and we're hiring at, you know, big places. So I do understand, though, talking to people, that the district, it's been very difficult because we've barely been going on a skeletal crew for actually a while. And when I look back historically at this district, we've always had a lot of positions that have not been filled, which has led us to not have, policies, processes ever institutionalized. And I think that's basically one of the problems we've had over time. But I guess my request of you would be, how can you just keep communicating this to the public so that people have a better understanding of what we're doing? Because when you see it, and especially for me, I just always look at things as a teacher. And so I go,
Yeah.
they're doing what at the district office? They're writing all those people.
Right.
But now having seen the other side of it and going, yeah, our district office, it's very difficult to be super efficient. And if we have the right people and we have these businesses, we're actually going to be able to, sometimes you have to spend a little to be able to facilitate and use the monies as best as possible. So I do understand that, but if we can just make sure we're constantly having people understand what we're doing because of the year we've been through.
Yeah, and when I look at our board agendas over time, obviously there's been a lot going on, but what we haven't regularly done is report out from departments and divisions about the work of the district. And so part of what we need to consider is how to schedule regular report outs, sort of like this, where we're coming forward, and whether that's a quarterly update or we're going to be looking at fiscal services, at human resources, at payroll, special education, career education, and bringing forward those reports and hearing from staff. One of the things that we would really encourage and will when we get into 26, 27 is staff reports on departments, and should we move ahead with a reorganizational plan, regular check-ins with the board where let's hear the 3-month progress report on what's happening and where we're headed in special education. How are we doing better by our donors and their contact, communication, recognition, some of the topics that come before the board very frequently. What I hope to do is also continue to meet with interested community groups and staff to make sure that I'm articulating what's happening and that we're not doing this in a vacuum. And I think the most important thing we did, I had my last, not my very last, but at an Oxnard board meeting on the 27th, we did 12 graduations, and we finished our last one yesterday, and I got a chance to come here to talk with all of you about what's happening next. And this is, again, we're at literally day zero, but we should be presenting to the community, both in small groups and in public, about what's happening. But the other thing I'll tell you is we have to hold ourselves accountable. And that starts with me, but that permeates through the organization. The district office needs to be a place of service. It needs to be a response to what schools need. We've heard from a lot of folks that schools are DIYing things because they can't get the answers they need. And we're going to be very frank with all staff that kids are the priority and schools are where kids are, and that's where we need to provide our support. But to your point, if we don't have the capacity to provide support, then it's just noise, and we're just saying words that won't matter over time. And really putting I've been encouraging everybody to hold me accountable to deeds rather than words, and really for me to be consistent and on point and really giving the same messaging and being, answering the questions that need to be answered. And so when we bring this plan to you, it's with a design, 1, for savings, 2, for support, 3, to prioritize what the schools need, but also we do have a lot of cash outgo because we don't have efficiencies in our system, and if we do nothing, then we can't expect any change to those efficiencies, and we'll continue to have delays, payroll issues, and the things that our frontline employees are really concerned about. And so I understand people are just getting to know me, and I'm getting to know you, and really it's been a very positive experience. And I want to make sure that, you won't hear from me today on June 4th and then hear from me next year on June 10th. Well, hey guys, sorry, it didn't work. There's going to be a lot of checkpoints and a lot of interim presentations that we want to present, again, to make sure the community knows the goal. we're going to go through an exercise on core values, both with our staff and with the board, to try and sort of reboot what our commitments are. And really, that's, for me, that's exciting work for leadership. But again, if we came to you and said, we're going to stay the course, we don't have a good evaluation system, we don't have a good accountability system internally, and we need to put that into place. And I've found over time, nearly everybody I've worked with and worked for values feedback. And I would tell you that superintendent and principal are the hardest places to get feedback from folks. And so really that's something I welcome. All feedback is good feedback. And I would encourage all of us to, again, I'm here to be held accountable to the board, but for the citizens in the community, because again, this is a community that cares. If it didn't care, folks wouldn't be here. And that's one of the reasons why this job was appealing to me as somebody who's been doing this for a little bit, to come here and be able to work with the team here in BUSD. And so I'm going to watch my airtime and just make sure that there's no other questions before we move on.
Dr. Agakanian?
You kind of answered at the end, but some of these positions that you're bringing up, I think, at least from this board member, when you're offering this, I want to make sure that there is an assessment process that they will be evaluated, and this is part of the agreement. That will be a district policy, so that everyone will know that they will be evaluated at certain points, not every 12 years, 5 years, 6 years. And I think if we're bringing this forward, that should be, put in there. You're talking about reset, change of culture. That itself will create efficiency, when people know, because as you said, it's really about feedback. So I think that's very important for me, that if we're moving forward with any of these, that is set in there as well. Not only just for these positions, but as a set district policy where it is, mandatory. Like where I work, it's mandatory. You have to evaluate. HR will call you, ask you for a report. Every employee I have, So I think that's important for me as well, because eventually it will bring us efficiency. And look, I always tell people, mental health also of workers, when they're not really, when you're relieving certain things, it might not pay now, but it will pay later, where people are doing their job. Everyone knows what everyone's role is, and that you create a system that operates, automatically, in essence, what I call, complex system approach, where you're not worried if Armand is not here, everything's going to fall apart.
Right, and that's a significant importance, is that we can't do one without the other. So we can't come to you with a plan and a reorg plan without the accountability component. So with that, are there any other questions I can answer?
Dr. Weisberg had a few, and then Ms. Olson. Oh, Ms. Olson first, I guess.
Okay. First, Dr. McCoy, thank you for addressing some of the concerns of BTA and just the general unease of the position shift. I think it's something that we've all felt, especially in the last couple of months, but I do have to acknowledge that this gives me the excitement of capacity for creativity, because this board has come to the district looking for new levers to pull, revenue drivers, different things that we can do, and we've been at this capacity restraint. And even as I've said on this dais before, that our infrastructure feels like we have extra just weight in management, a reset like this helps us, I feel like, gather more strategy and capacity to start to do some things that allow us to breathe a little bit. Like the PIO, the laundry list of things on ways that could expand our capacity for enrollment and narrative and messaging. Like, I just have to share that that's something, like, while it hurts in so many ways, there is that refreshing air to what I'm seeing here. And I also appreciate the balance from educational services, because we do need focus. And I think that I really love seeing HR handling partnerships across the board. I think that that's something I've seen in a couple districts I've worked with myself that works really, really well. And so to me, I just wanted to share that that was something I think that was energizing to me. As for a question, I wanted to find out from you where professional development lives. I do feel like in general, internal professional development is something that this district has been craving, has been lacking, and I'm just curious where you see that kind of falling and, yeah, if you could speak to that a little bit.
So one thing the reorg plan would do would be allow us to be more specific and targeted in the professional development that we provide. One thing the organization will find with me is that I believe in open doors and I don't believe in silos. So we will have a lot of, I guess, cross-pollination, if that's a good word, around what professional development we're providing and when we're providing it. And I want to thank the BASA folks. So the last year, BASA did their own professional development. The district did one for administration, and those existed kind of on two islands. This year, I want to thank BASA. We're going to have one meeting on June 10th and 11th, where our principals will be presenters to their colleagues, along with some information that myself and our administrative team are going to present to the group, and really trying to be, again, more efficient about not having people feel like they have to create their own professional development. So there's going to be, in educational services, a more specific focus on those topics that come forward. We're looking forward to hearing from BTA and CSCA as well about what topics they need presented and how we can present those. We are going to have a lot of, one thing we've noticed, like in our fiscal team, we have a lot of new faces, and we have to provide through LA County Office a lot of training for our folks, especially if we really work to make this move from two financial systems into one financial system. Also out there is a change to the whole LA County payroll system, and that's HCM. I got my initials right, hooray. And that's something for every district, but by February 2027, we have to be fully converted onto the new LA County payroll system, which is going to be a big lift for all of our employees, and we have to work with LA County to get them the right training. So with smaller divisions, we're more nimble and we can provide more services. But really, and I'm sorry that this makes me laugh, but people don't want to hear from me. They want to hear the information they need. And so really it's about surveying and making sure that we're presenting the information that we need, that people actually want to hear, and not just saying, hey, we're guessing that these folks want to have this training, but really getting input. And I think, and this is something, again, I need to show out. I need to make sure that we're going to provide that input that we say that we're going to provide in a realistic way.
Sorry, what?
Oh,
I had
sorry.
one more. I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
go ahead.
Ari, the fiscal stabilization plan in early fall. I'm grateful for the kind of proactive piece of that to kind of relook at that. But I wanted to just see if LACO team, and to call you out in this moment, but has reviewed all of these different elements.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
I was just curious from a financial standpoint if you've been having conversations with them about this org structure and changes.
Yeah, briefly we have. I mean, I know it's Dr. McCoy's vision to bring in these positions. I can see where the public information officer brought in 12 new students. We would cover that position. Use the microphone, this will be recorded otherwise.
Mr. Hollish, would you mind using him? Would you mind coming up? Thank you so much.
Using my voice scares. Come on up, Rick. Hate being on TV. It's all right. Now, to answer your question, yes, I've looked at it, so I've seen the costing. Scares me a bit because I know fiscally, you guys I got 3 years of deficit spending projected out. Now the new budget looks a little bit better. You have done reduction in forces, which will lower it. There's been strategies to move money around. Still makes me a little bit scared, but I also know, like I said, if the public information officer can bring in 12 new students, that will pay for that position.
Sounds like a good KPI.
I'm sorry?
Sounds like a good KPI for the role, but key performance.
Yeah. Special ed, when I first came here, I did notice the amount of the contribution had gone up, skyrocketed from last year to what's projected for this year. And I was like, why? And no one could really tell me. No one's fault, because you've had one person prepare a budget last June, another person prepare the first interim, a different person prepare the second interim, and now Maricela is trying to do the estimated actuals. So there's too many pieces of the puzzle, but going forward, I can see people in place. I see Maricela working hard on the budget with Mark and getting things together. So really curious in 2 weeks what that's all going to look like.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Weisberg.
Couple of questions. Is ELD just within Ed Services?
Yes.
Okay. That was a quick one. I think probably a conversation for another time, but I am not having the easiest time seeing the connection between HR and some of the expanded learning, CTE, adult ed, especially when we've been having such a difficult time with flying positions and getting things done that are more traditionally HR. And I have great faith and excitement and enthusiasm about our new assistant soup of HR. But so I think that's perhaps more of a conversation for another meeting. I think the larger question is just, can you speak to, you talked about a position I was really excited about. So somebody who is overseeing position control, because one of the things we've talked a lot about is just not really knowing how many people are working in any specific department and the issues that causes, and especially in relationship to agency hires. So the benefit in creating positions now versus giving it an academic year for those positions to be put into place, for you to sort of survey the land and see the landscape of our different departments. What's the impetus to do it now as opposed to after having a sort of year to get your feet wet?
So I can tell you that in my current district, that when we implemented position control as a position, we literally located probably 24 positions that, literally we found people we were paying that no longer were showing up. We expect we're going to find some things like that
Sure.
when we get in the middle of what's going on in our position
Yeah.
controls. And really what it does also is it tightens up the budget significantly. So one of the things Dr. Hasty's been working on is some non-general fund budgets can support positions that free up general fund money.
Okay.
And that's been the nexus of how we could afford these positions and how we can put other levers in place to try and avoid layoffs in the future. When we know exactly who works for us, exactly how they're funded, that's the nexus between the position control analyst and the fiscal control supervisor and the director of fiscal services. Because what happens, for example, if a site says, we need a behavioral instructional aid, we may have another site where we have more behavioral instructional aids than we need. This is an example, not necessarily the reality. And so instead of transferring an employee to a position of need, we might say we need to hire another employee. And what we find over time is that because we don't have a good idea of where everybody is on a daily basis, we may be hiring positions that cause layoffs in other positions because we know we need an aide for this child at this school, but if we have an extra aide somewhere else and we don't know about that. That's an example of how position control is going to continue to free up
Agreed.
general fund dollars. But because of the shifts we're identifying out of the general fund, that's why there's not right now an associated cost. And what we would also say is, as we address declining enrollment, and we need to create a plan to bring that to the trustees, it's going to be our personnel costs that rise over time. And when we get over 80% of the budget on personnel, then we start to struggle to provide all the programs that are what makes school great for kids. And so before we get to that point, this is why we're coming to you now. I would tell you that if we studied this for a year, we'd come to the same conclusion a year from now with a year lost, especially in regard to the cost that we can save literally by tightening our own system.
Great. Ms. Cano.
Just another request would it be possible for you to share with us in the future what type of evaluations you'll be doing? And I'm assuming yearly or however, maybe we'll have a time frame in terms of, because it's really important to us right now, I think. Just the types of evaluations and what the time frame is as to how, the frequency.
Yeah, that's something we can bring to you early in the fall.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Dr. McCoy.
Thank you.
All right, we will move to 10, request to address the board. 10A, public communication. An individual or group representative present this evening may address the Board of Education on any agenda item or on any subject within the jurisdiction of the school board by completing a white request card and turning it in to Ms. Beauregard. Speakers are requested to state their name prior to speaking to the board. Not more than 5 minutes may be allotted to each speaker, except by unanimous consent of the Board of Education. The interim superintendent may refer the matter to the proper department for review. We do not have any virtual public speakers. And I've got 2 students. So if you are otherwise a student, make sure you are checking that card. So my first is Mark Tarosian, and I hope I got that right, followed by James Daramendi.
Hi, my name is Mark. My name is Mark Tarosian, and I recently graduated high school. I'm here to ask you, who are you and what do you represent? Sorry. Being in the system in BUSD for 7 years, I questioned every move of every official, trying to understand the purpose and the values you were trying to instill in me. Never did I come to a conclusion, well, until recently. Sitting with a bunch of kids, immature kids, where one is forced to change their behavior, bite their tongue, sit still when every instinct says otherwise, and act accordingly to a standard one doesn't believe in, made me despise this system. Every chance I got to escape a class, never did I hesitate. Bathroom breaks, regulatory and calculated nurse passes, drinking water. Every legal way of escaping the classroom, all while trying to fake genuineness and gratitude toward everyone. What they didn't know, I barely knew myself, was that while I was counting every dreadful moment of misery and calculating the fastest route to the door, something was happening in the background. Not in the classroom, not because of an assignment, not because anyone told me to. A board, 64 squares, pieces that moved in ways that finally made sense to me, where nothing else did. And for the first time, I wasn't escaping anything. I was running toward it. And that board, those 64 squares, they took me somewhere. First a local tournament, regional, county, national. Each stage got bigger than the last. Each room fuller, each opponent stronger. And the wins kept coming. And with every win, the distance from school felt more justified. The belief grew stronger that I didn't need school, that the success was self-made. The system was irrelevant to my future. School became a background noise, something to tolerate between real moments. The bigger the stages got, the more convincing the story became. But somewhere within the wins, something happened I couldn't explain. I started liking school, not because I turned my life around. My grades were always fine. I kept my GPA, stayed under the radar, did the minimum. Of course, did the stupid things you do as a teenager when you think you're smarter than the room. I was going through the emotions and I knew it. But somewhere in the middle of it, the wins, the tournaments, the success I thought was entirely mine, school started meaning something. And I couldn't tell you why. Then came the moment, the North American Open, a continental championship where representatives from across the Americas gathered for a single title, standing in the room surrounded by the best the continent had to offer. Not as a rogue kid who escaped the system, but as a proud student of this district, carrying the city's name into a full room of strangers. And in the silence where it began, carrying this city's name into a room full of strangers. And in the silence where it began, the classrooms that I escaped, the teachers tuned out, the standards resisted. None of it was gone. It had been there the entire time. It became impossible to deny. None of it was done alone. It never was. And now, I'm proud to say that Burbank's name is etched into international chess history, not as a footnote, but as a champion. This is not about me. This is about you guys. Students are conditioned to show up at your store with problems, a bad grade, a complaint, a personal crisis. This is when your door gets knocked on. But nobody comes back at their highest point to say, you had something to do with this. This is what this moment is. Not just one voice. Every student who sat in your classroom and never said it. Every kid who faked gratitude and meant none of it. Every teenager who was convinced that they had figured it out but didn't. You showed up anyway. You held the standard to you held the standard for everyone, to every teacher, every board member, and every official who has been part of this system. Thank you, genuinely, for a job that gives nothing back in the moment and everything back later. And to the board specifically, you are the vision behind all of this. Every resource allocated, every center set, every decision made in the rooms, most students never see. This is what made any of this possible. You maximize what this district could give, and I'm standing here as a proof of that. But here's what it needs to be said before leaving this stage. There are students in a position right now who are exactly where the story started, faking it, escaping it, convinced that none of this matters. Take them seriously, every single one, because the opportunities provided, the standards held, the environment created. This is the difference between a kid who finds a way and who doesn't. And if a student who spent 7 years escaping your classrooms can stand here and say thank you, imagine what you could unlock in the ones that never come back to say it. They deserve nothing less than this system is capable of giving, because this is not a job. This is a commitment to every student who has walked through these doors. So one more time, who are you and what do you represent?
Thank you, Mr. Tarosian. All right. I have James De Aramendi, followed by Molly De Aramendi.
So make sure to point your voice at that.
Okay. Hello, my name is James De Aramendi, and I just finished 3rd grade at Miller Elementary School. I have been there since TK, and I have had wonderful teachers who are doing their best with their students, while they are struggling to teach in a system that does not give them the time or support they need. Some issues I have with my school and classroom are: there are too many students in some classrooms. For example, my 3rd grade class started the year with 24 students, which is a good number. Later, 2 more students joined the class, making it 26 students. I know this was not supposed to happen because the limit is supposed to be 24 students. These students did not even have a spot on the rug in the classroom. I know this is not only happening in my classroom because friends in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade have told me they have a similar problem. When there are too many students in a classroom, it can be harder for teachers to help everyone and harder for students to learn. Some students are not being challenged enough. Another concern I have is that students who learn quickly are not always being challenged. Teachers spend a lot of time helping students who are working towards grade level, which is important, but sometimes students who are ready for more advanced work do not get opportunities to learn new things. At the same time, some students who need extra help do not always receive enough support either. I think all students should get the kind of help and learning opportunities they need. Students are sometimes expected to teach their classmates. Another thing I have noticed is that students who are doing well in class are often paired with students who are struggling and expected to help teach them. While it is nice to help classmates, not every student knows how to teach someone else. Sometimes the student who is helping does not get enough time to finish their own work. Also, the student receiving help may not fully understand the explanation because another student is not trained to teach. I think students should be encouraged to help each other, but teachers and other adults should be the main people responsible for teaching. I feel like teachers don't have enough time to teach above grade level because there are too many kids. Thank you for listening to my concerns. I hope the school board will consider these issues and work towards solutions that help all students learn and succeed.
Thank you, James. Well done.
You're welcome.
Next, I have Molly De Aramendi, followed by Linda Walmsley.
I get to do this. Ready?
Tough act to follow.
I know, right? He's cute.
My family is leaving Burbank. A significant factor in that decision was BUSD's inability to adequately meet my child's educational needs in the past, as well as our concerns about its ability to do so in the future. As a volunteer, I've tried to be a force for good and a source for advocacy for children, even when it's hard. That's why I'm here. I have been an extremely active parent in BUSD for many years, including serving on the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee. That experience has left me deeply concerned about the district's financial direction. While BUSD squeaked out of the lack of going concern designation, the district still has the reality of continued deficit spending, declining enrollment, shrinking reserves, and the need to align staffing with enrollment trends. The governor's revised budget improved BUSD's financial outlook slightly, but we are still overspending and ill-prepared for another school year and another 3-year financial outlook. At our last committee meeting, there was just under $1 million found in one-time savings, but it was immediately followed by the proposal to create 6 new district positions rather than prioritizing the restoration of the assistant principal positions or doing anything else that would directly benefit students. While some of these positions may be needed, the proposal is projected to increase our deficit between $72,000 and $342,000, and the district would bear the entire staffing costs in future years. Saving money one time should not become an invitation to spend even more of the general fund. I struggle to understand how a district facing ongoing structural deficits and declining enrollment can justify expanding central administration while reducing leadership at school sites. I also want to note that the reorganization proposal presented on June 2nd appears, and as we know from this meeting, to be coming from our incoming superintendent before he has fully assumed functional leadership of the district as a political move. It does not feel rooted in our Burbank reality. I'm also concerned about how the SBAC is being represented, as the committee's existence may be used to imply community support for decisions that we did not endorse. Leadership continues to avoid the most difficult conversations that the SBAC wanted to have. Enrollment declined by nearly 500 students this year and is projected to continue declining. Yet there has been little meaningful discussion about school consolidation or other structural changes that could address our financial disarray. The district is still projecting millions of ongoing deficits, and that should be a clear signal that incremental adjustments are not enough. We need more than short-term Band-Aids to address the monumental shifts in our community and district. I understand these are difficult. The district acknowledged the problem. What remains missing is the willingness to pursue the structural changes necessary to solve it. I care deeply about this district and its future. Even though my family will no longer be part of the story, that's why I'm asking the board and district leadership to move beyond short-term fixes and begin the honest, transparent conversations necessary to ensure BUSD's long-term financial stability. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aramendi. I have Linda Walmsley, followed by Andrea Lamb.
Good evening. My name is Linda Walmsley. So here we are in June, almost a year to the day this all started, and still no sign of the Sobel report. There's a board presentation tonight on legal fees. I think the third this year. Where is the breakdown of the cost of Sobel in any of those presentations? All this money has been spent so far on a report that was flawed from the beginning. The basis of the information they started with was given to them by 2 employees you paid to go away. How accurate and unbiased could that information be? Did they talk to Ms. Tabbitt or Dr. Paramo, the 2 main people in this scandal? I don't need Sobel to tell me the reason why they thought they could get away with it was because they knew the board wouldn't be paying attention. The contract was so poorly filled out, it never should have made it to the agenda. Once? No, twice. Then the exact same contract was submitted again in June with just the date crossed out and changed. If you are truly looking at every agenda item with a fine-tooth comb, both of those items should have been pulled. Yes, you could not have known that the people you trusted were lying to you. but you should have some basic standards of what you accept for contracts presented on board agendas. Sobel isn't going to find the answers to what happened here or how to fix it. You would need to look in the mirror for that.
Thank you, Ms. Walmsley. Next, I go to Andrea Lamb, followed by Teresa Medina.
Hi, I'm Andrea Lamb, registered voter in District 3. Today marks 1 year since everything, to put it plainly, fell apart. I've spent the past week reflecting not just on how we got here, but on what has actually changed. And I'll be honest, not much. Over the last year, we've heard a lot of statements, commitments, explanations. But there comes a point when words stop carrying weight if they're not backed by action. And right now, that gap between what has been promised and what has actually been delivered is impossible to ignore. A year ago, clear commitments were made in this room. We were told systems would be fixed, safeguards would be put in place, conflict of interest protocols, vendor oversight to ensure this would never happen again. There was even acknowledgement that responsibility to fix it sat right here with this board. So here we are a year later, and the question is simple. What has actually been done? Not discussed, not drafted, not talked about. What new board policies have been brought forward? What we're seeing instead feels like a cycle. Start something, talk about it, and then move on before anything is actually accomplished. We demand accountability from our students. We expect it from every employee in this district. But when it comes to the board, accountability seems to come with conditions, explanations, deflections, and legal interpretations. What we get instead is platitudes with no follow-through. Where's your accountability? In September, a PTR to change John's resignation to retirement was submitted without the superintendent's signature. Why haven't you written a board policy to make sure that can't happen again? Where is the conflict of interest policy you've been working on since September of 2024? Why don't we have a code of ethics for board members like other districts? The fact that you've done nothing to prevent this from happening again is ridiculous. That is on all 5 of you. There is still no clear enforceable system in place that demonstrates these issues cannot happen again. No clear structural changes that show lessons have actually been learned. What has stood out and deserves to be recognized is this community. The willingness of people to step forward, speak publicly, and hold leadership accountable has taken courage. That has been one of the few bright spots in an otherwise difficult year. For much of this year, this district operated with no chief business officer, no director of fiscal services, no fiscal supervisor, no director of IT, no director of facilities, no assistant superintendent of HR, and no payroll supervisor. So how did this district actually make it through this year? Not because everything was working, but because people kept it working. That didn't happen because the system was strong, it happened because people held it together anyway. And while all of this is happening, we had 2 concerning FICMAT reports in 2 years. At a certain point, that's not a coincidence, that's a pattern, that is systematic. It's frankly unbelievable that after everything this district has gone through, an external agency had to point out something as basic as establishing a clear, safe way for staff to report fraud. And now we have another situation where you say one thing and then do another. We just had layoffs of teachers, classified staff, site administrators, real people, real consequences in this terrifying economy. These decisions were framed as necessary for fiscal stability. Tonight we're discussing reorganizing leadership and potentially adding management positions. Where is that money coming from? The reasoning I heard at the budget committee meeting wasn't reassuring. We haven't had a raise in 3 years. Are we supposed to wait for the parcel tax to pass before we can get one? It won't be on the ballot until 2028. That's a long time to wait for something that may or may not happen. In the meantime, the cost of living keeps rising and our paychecks don't. It shows a lack of awareness, a lack of empathy, and a lack of sound judgment. You tell staff that have held this district together to wait for financial relief, but you're willing to reward someone who helped steal money from this district. There needs to be consequences when you do something wrong. Keeping the resignation is the only consequence there could be for John. The fact that we have paid health care benefits when we retire is such a gift. It's such a reward, and for you to give it to somebody who helped steal over $100,000 from the district when he didn't have to. Why? You had complete control over that. The FICMAT report points out, tone is set at the top. It's not just the past year. It's been years of small failures that have gotten us here, none of which could have happened without your dereliction of duty. Hold yourselves accountable. You had a year to do better, enough time to make positive changes in district policies. Would this lack of follow-through be acceptable from your students? Armin, you've been on the board for 10 years. You should be consistently providing leadership and direction this board needs. Instead, you're being pushed around by 2 mean girls. The times you have gone your own way have been you at your best. The board's success is our success, and your failures are also ours. We need you to succeed. So it doesn't matter who the superintendent is. It doesn't matter how leadership is reorganized. It doesn't matter how many concepts of a plan there are. Without actually doing the work, nothing will change. So once again, it will be up to the community to fix this. Voters in District 3 and 4 are our only hope. And if you're serious about transparency, then post the video of Tuesday's Budget Committee meeting on the district website.
Thank you, Ms. Lamb. I have Teresa Medina, followed by Jen Lurie.
Good evening, Board, Mr. Macias. My name is Teresa Medina, and I am the parent of 3 sons in Burbank Unified School District, Angel and his twin brothers, Adrian and Adam Del Rio, at John Burroughs High School. I stood at this podium on January 15th of this year and raised concerns about accountability in the special education department, communication failures from the district leadership, and the fact that 3 of my sons were sitting in a study skills class with no curriculum and no syllabus. I closed that night by saying that our students' civil rights are not negotiable. 5 months have passed. Not one of these concerns have been addressed. So I'm back. All 3 of my sons have IEPs. All 3 have had independent education evaluations by licensed professionals recommending intensive reading intervention. I have been asking for these services for at least 4 years. Not one of my 3 children has ever had reading intervention as a core service embedded in their school day. My oldest son, Angel, is entering 12th grade, his final year in this district. He has been in special education since 2015. A licensed neuropsychologist found his reading at a 2nd percentile, and that information is backed by assessments. This year, he attended 6 IEP meetings. He completed 10th and 11th grade without ever receiving his finalized IEP. Without prior written notices and without a single new reading service. He has 1 year left. 1 year to get 11 years of special education, of what special education has never provided. His twin brothers are entering 10th grade and reading at approximately a 2nd grade level. Every one of 3 settlement agreements the district has signed with me has been specifically about reading intervention. 3 times the district acknowledged my sons needed reading support they were not getting. 3 times compensatory reading tutoring was provided. 3 times my sons returned to school without reading intervention in their IEPs. 3 settlements, 3 rounds of tutoring, still reading at a 2nd grade level. A 4th proposed settlement agreement remains unresolved because I am asking for what should have been provided all along and recommended in their IEEs, reading intervention as part of their actual school day. I want the board to hear what was said to me at my son's IEP meeting this past April. A district administration told me, and I'm quoting directly from my audio recording, that she did not want to further disable my son by making his IEP so complex and giving him services he does not need. This was said about my child who is reading at the 2nd percentile and has never received reading intervention in 11 years. On January 15th, I raised concerns about accountability from the special education director. That same director was identified as the person who would respond to my formal emails sent on the last day of school, and she has still not responded. Neither has the superintendent intern who was also emailed. I am not here only about my children, and I've stood here before and said that. I am here because what has happened to my family reflects broader failures in how the district manages special education for all families. Parents in this district are receiving IEP documents the day before meetings or the day of and are being asked to make decisions about their children without time to review what is being proposed. But beyond timing, there is a deeper concern: the integrity of the documents themselves. Across my 3 children's records, I have received assessment reports with the wrong students' names embedded in the text, the wrong school's name, the wrong pronouns for my sons, and on one occasion, a completely different student's full IEP sent to me instead of my child's records. I raised this with the district administration and was told protocols would be in place. The errors continue. When a parent cannot trust what the document in front of them is actually about their child, the integrity of the entire IEP process is compromised. These are not just clerical mistakes. When they involve children's confidential, educational, and medical records, they are privacy violations. On January 14th, I told the board that our student rights, civil rights are not negotiable. I meant those words. And then, I meant them then, and I mean them now. I am asking the board to direct 3 actions. First, direct the superintendent and the special education director to immediately provide prior written notices and finalize IEP, board educations. And more importantly, because my time is running out, when parents get these documents, they do not know what they're signing.
Thank you, Ms. Medina. I have Jen Lurie, followed by Anita Shackman.
Good evening, board members, district leadership, Dr. McCoy. My name is Jen Lurie. I am part of 3 generations of BUSD graduates. I am a current employee and a dedicated 18-year volunteer here in BUSD, mostly in the financial realm. I currently serve on the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee. I appreciate Dr. McCoy's comments tonight, but this week's Budget Committee meeting was deeply disheartening. We are facing a stark reality. BUSD must cut approximately $11 million over the next 2 years. Both the county and FCMAT have previously stated this district should not hire new positions until we have show proven steps to mitigate our deficit spending. Yet leadership is pushing forward a proposal to possibly add 7 district-level positions costing nearly $1 million. These recurring costs are being justified by unguaranteed revenue from the governor. The Budget Committee has cautioned against creating new expenses every time we may think extra money is coming. While some of these positions may be needed, it is just too soon. Worse, these district office additions come while we are actively cutting school sites. Right now, we have removed assistant principals from secondary campuses, putting extraordinary pressure on staff and student safety. The SBAC asked that if any funding became available, it should be used to restore vital campus leaders. Instead, the district is proposing to spend more than the cost of returning our APs on district office overhead. I implore the board to delay these new positions until a deeper evaluation of our financial practices is complete. Please also share the SBAC meeting recording on the BUSD website so the public may see the work. Additionally, regarding item 11B tonight, the donor contribution report, the numbers presented are fundamentally flawed and obscure to the true scale of community support. The report states year-to-date contribution revenues are $1.76 million, yet it appears to omit secondary ASB funding, which is student fundraised funds, where to middle school's ASB alone brought in over $400,000 this year, nearly a quarter of the entire amount reported for this year. Furthermore, the report shows last year's total revenue at $1.68 million for contributions. However, looking at just 5 high school booster clubs from last year, they raised nearly $1.6 million on their own. There was surely more than $80,000 received last year by other donors and entities. These totals are low. As the former treasurer of the Burbank Schools Boosters Club, now defunct, that wrangled over 35 booster clubs with only a team of highly dedicated parent volunteers, I know firsthand the tireless effort parents are putting into fundraising. When the district underreports how much money parent groups, boosters, and ASBs are raising, they obscure the true cost of running BUSD programs. The district is heavily reliant on unpaid parent labor and community donations to keep programs afloat, yet the official reporting completely minimizes that reality. In summary, the board should reject these additional district office positions right now, honor the Budget Committee recommendations and restore assistant principals, and pull item 11B's donor report until data accurately reflects the reality of Burbank Unified's funding and partner groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lurie. I have Anita Shackman, followed by Alexandra Helfrich.
Good evening, board members. The Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team, an independent state agency, paints a concerning picture and concludes that Burbank Unified is at high risk of fiscal insolvency, as they reported at the last board meeting. Their report reminds us that fiscal oversight rests with each of you who are solely responsible for the district's financial stability. FCMAT identified a series of unrestricted operating deficits. The district posted a deficit of more than $28 million in cumulative deficits over a 4-year period. FCMAT states that continued deficits will steadily erode reserves and that BUSD, again, is at a high risk for fiscal insolvency. District staff have acknowledged this reality. While the governor's May revision improves BUSD's financial outlook, it does not eliminate the structural deficit. Additional revenue may buy time, but it does not solve the underlying problem. By the way, did the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee recommend and align with the recommendations to add positions totaling in that, close to $1 million? Did they act in an advisory capacity, or were decisions already made before their recent meeting? FCMAT's recommendations are straightforward: reduce spending and tighten internal controls. That is why many stakeholders are struggling to reconcile the district's current actions and immediate plans represented in tonight's board packet with its stated fiscal realities. Over the last several months, employees have experienced layoffs and reductions that directly impact school sites, school safety, and student learning. With newly found funding, why aren't these positions being restored? At the same time, most BUSD employees have gone years without a salary increase, while neighboring districts are providing raises. While our teachers, classified staff, site and district personnel continue carrying the daily focus of educating students, the district is now proposing a flurry of new positions. Why not invest in our most valuable assets, our employees? Some of these positions may address legitimate concerns identified by FCMAT. The fiscal compliance supervisor and position control analyst appears directly tied to improving fiscal oversight and internal controls. However, the broader question remains, is this the right time to add more than $1 million in administrative costs while the district is projecting structural deficits, reducing site support, and asking employees to bear the burden of budget cuts? How does this expense work into the fiscal stabilization plan that you're required to submit, outlining the next round of cost-cutting measures? Adding these positions before seeing the budget and the FSP does not show the whole picture. It's the cart before the horse. Why not consider any additional funding along with looking at the FSP and the budget that's coming in a couple of weeks? Set it aside. If there's room and the community and everybody supports that reorganization, then great. But I think we don't see the whole picture tonight. We just see it in isolation. This year's FCMAT report specifically criticized board governance and training practices. Yet there's been no discussion about what governance reforms or training initiatives will be implemented. Perhaps the most important statement in the report is this: the board subsequently approved a second interim fiscal stabilization plan on March 5th, 2026, which outlines $6 million in expenditure reductions beginning in 26-27. However, the plan has not been implemented yet. And now we have more dollars in new spending. FCMAT then warns that if the district does not follow through with those reductions, it will be unable to meet its required reserve level in 26-27 and 27-28. The challenge before this board is no longer identifying the problem. FCMAT has already done that several times. The challenge is demonstrating disciplined implementation and a commitment to restoring public confidence. The community is watching closely to see whether the district's actions align with its fiscal realities. And again, I ask you to push pause on adding anything new and take a look at everything in totality. I couldn't make a decision without seeing what the FSP says and what the cost is for, or what the budget is. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shackman. I have Alexandra Helfrich, followed by Jeff Vanderborg.
Good evening, board, staff, viewers at home. I'm Alexandra Helfrich, and I'm here tonight to address a bizarre claim made at your last meeting, that the additional $655,000 in legal fees approved for Atkinson Andelson is largely the result of public records requests. That claim is not just misleading. It attempts to shift blame onto the public for a problem created by this board. Let's be clear. Fulfilling a Public Records Act request should not require extensive legal intervention. These are public records. When a district is operating transparently, complying with the law, and responding promptly, legal review should be minimal. $655,000? That's an extraordinary amount of money for what should be as simple as a drag and drop email in response to a legal request for public records. What makes more sense is this extraordinary additional expense might be related to the year-long and so far fruitless investigation by Sobel into the member Tabbitt scandal. Exactly how much has been spent on that? Research into past practice in this district shows that attorneys are not routinely involved in these requests until recently, until trust in this board broke down. So I have to ask what changed, and why would it not now cost $655,000, if that claim is even true? Legal costs don't rise because the public is asking questions. They rise when there is delay, resistance, inconsistency, or a lack of transparency. And over the past year, the public has witnessed all of those. Public records requests increase when trust decreases. They are one of the only tools available to residents to understand how their district is making decisions and spending public funds. When the public feels it cannot rely on honest communication, it turns to formal requests. And those requests have uncovered serious issues. An overpayment to former Superintendent Britz that she then repaid, payments to an athletic trainer for work he was not authorized and not qualified to perform, an unapproved change in former Superintendent Paramo's status from resignation to retirement, a Brown Act violation, evidence that 2 board members were aware of the conflict of interest involving specialized support services months before it became public, while approving tens of thousands of dollars in payments, an admission by a board member that her text messages are routinely deleted, a potential violation of both the Brown Act and BUSD policy. These are significant governance failures, and they were brought to light because the public insisted on answers. So the question is not, why are there so many public records requests? The real question is, why do residents feel they have to file them? Blaming the public for seeking transparency is unacceptable. Member Weisberg calling these requests a disease is not only inappropriate, it shows a fundamental misunderstanding of accountability and the responsibilities of governance. Public records requests are a legal right. More importantly, they are a safeguard, one that becomes necessary when transparency and integrity is lacking. If this board truly believes that these requests are driving legal costs, then you should be asking hard questions of your legal counsel. Why does routine compliance require such extraordinary expense? What are you trying to hide? More likely, these costs reflect the consequences of the poor governance clearly identified in the FCMAT report presented at your last meeting. There is a simple solution. If you want fewer records requests and lower legal costs, be transparent. Provide records promptly and completely. Communicate honestly with the public. Follow the law, Ed Code, and BUSD policy all the time. When the district operates with integrity, trust increases and conflict decreases. When trust increases, the need for formal requests declines. The public is not the problem. Public mistrust is the problem, and that is your problem to cure. If you are serious about reducing legal fees, start by rebuilding trust through transparency, accountability, and lawful governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Helfrich. I have Jeff Vanderboer, and then my last card is Byron Barnes.
Good evening, board members.
Good evening.
Dr. Macias, I'm Jeff Vanderboer. I watched the presentation at your last board meeting of the report given from the Fiscal Crisis Management and Assistance Team, FCMAT. I was left a bit confused by the disconnect between the optimistic tone of the presenter and the sobering facts I read on the 35-page report. 2 years ago, another fiscal crisis team presented a similar report. You have sat through updates from your staff on the improvements they were making to fix that list of problems. I watched those presentations. You thanked Dr. Abdelhamid for doing such an awesome job while she made those presentations. Although I seem to remember in her last report, she acknowledged that the Google Docs system, which she had implemented, had shortcomings and recommended purchasing software. You may recall one of the programs she liked was like $500,000. Dr. Agakanian actually took her suggestion seriously, but no board direction was given. She left, and here we are 7 months later being told you continue to lack internal controls, fraud prevention controls, and position controls. The new fiscal crisis report identifies BUSD as high risk for fiscal insolvency, however you parse the numbers. One of the reasons given in the summary, page 7, is that this board lacks a cohesive approach to budget and governance training. This cannot be news to anyone. The presenter also said that this board is solely responsible for the district's financial stability. You asked multiple questions. During the presentation, Mr. Hasty told you he has already been working with his staff and has a fiscal crisis work tracker. But what official action did you take that evening? None. You, Madam President, asked Mr. Hasty for an update in August, 3 months from now, or 3 months from then. Knowing you are solely responsible for the district's financial stability and that it is at a high risk of insolvency, it is patently unwise to wait 3 months. You can ignore the messenger, but please don't ignore this message. Don't wait. Give your staff clear directions tonight to bring this work tracker to your next meeting. This or some other tool needs to be a part of the upcoming budget review and be a part of every meeting to serve as your roadmap, as suggested by FIGMAT. A best practice requires that you roll up your sleeves, work with your staff openly at board meetings, and I know that talking about detailed budget numbers with your staff may seem daunting, messy, and possibly boring to some, but this is how you will set a clear tone of fiscal leadership. The financial well-being of the district should be the North Star you follow. You have a fiduciary responsibility, and tonight, I beg you to follow that North Star when you consider adding new positions. You asked an incredibly good question of Dr. McCoy. If we indeed need to find a way to increase enrollment, maybe this PIO position is not it. Have you seen the list of 20, 30 tasks they're supposed to do? Hire someone to increase enrollment. We don't need more messaging. Please also protect bond funds. Don't use them to ease the general fund. These proposed share positions to be paid 50% with bond funds, 50% with general funds, will result in employees having to complete detailed hourly work records to access those bond funds. This idea of saving general fund money will become an accounting mess. If you need personnel to manage bond financial work, hire them from bond funds. Tonight, you entertained a consultant that will cost $492,000 per year to improve bond accountability. Member Weisberg, I understand you being angry with me for being critical and for not celebrating accomplishments. I only have a few short minutes to speak to address the board, and I really try hard to do it with facts and educate the public, not to confuse them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderbort. Lastly, I have Byron Barnes, and that's the last card.
Good evening, President Kamkar, members of the board, district staff, community, and incoming Dr. McCoy. My name is Byron Barnes. I'm a proud parent, PTA member, and homeowner in Burbank. I want to use my time tonight first to address Dr. Macias. Dr. Macias, thank you for all you've done this last year to hold the district together and bridge us with a foundation to go forward. I know the public doesn't get to see or appreciate all you do on a daily basis for the kids. They only get to see the scandals that you've been trying to navigate through this last year. I want to say thank you for always keeping an open door and an open ear to hear us. As I've gotten to know you over the last year, I've not only seen your drive and hard work, but your compassion and your care for the kids. It should be clear to everyone that without you stepping up in your guidance over the last year, we'd be in a far worse place than we are now. As we usher in our new superintendent, I hope everyone realizes how lucky BUSD is to have you staying with us. I can only hope that selfishly you stay till my little graduates. With the rest of our time, I want to address the aftercare programs that have been brought up. Our daughter's in ATB at Providencia with Miss Dolores. She's fabulous. She's wonderful. Our daughter gets up early every day so she can go early. First thing she wakes up, did I wake up early? Can I go? She gets mad if we pick her up before 6. The main issue is more of the communication with the district, the visibility, the communication. We don't get answers. It took months, phone calls, emails. It's gotten a little bit better, but we still don't get clarity on why the cost is what it is, getting healthy snacks. We can't get fruit or any kind of healthy snacks. We also have a lot of other parents given with the same concerns about not even being able to get into the programs. If this program is so costly and it's at the school sites, how come we can't hire more people or more for the people if it's such a great program? Why don't we get a commission together with parents? All we're hearing is district people not being able to solve it. Why don't we get parents or community members to help get some fresh ideas to make this work? I know you guys have asked for reports, and I haven't seen anything come back from the district with any solutions. So help us, help the community, help you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Go to staff response. Dr. Macias?
Thank you, Madam President. I always want to thank and acknowledge all our speakers. Thank you for your insight, your perspective, as always, and appreciate your participation. A couple, James, that young man impressed me tonight for being able to speak like that and share his experience and perspective. I know we've taken note, we heard, and to Miss Molly D'Armendi, it pains me to hear that you are leaving this district. She has contributed and her family's contributed a lot to this community, the PTA world, and really going to miss your service you provided. So again, thank you to everyone else. We've taken notes. I've taken notes. I paid attention. There are stuff that I cannot speak to and probably not the right forum to speak to. But again, and overall, thank you to everyone who showed up tonight. So thank you.
I don't have much to add to that. Thank you to all of our speakers for coming. I found this was a largely productive set of feedback. So thank you for caring about this district enough to give us this feedback. I think especially the feedback about the Budget Advisory Committee was helpful. It's new for us this year. It's still something we're trying to figure out how we use that feedback and incorporate it into our process. So I think you'll see us ask more questions about that when we get to those agenda items. I do want to just make sure that staff is following up with Teresa Medina in particular, and that we do get that childcare audit on the calendar sooner rather than later. It was a challenge for me to register for childcare this year as a personal experience, so it's a challenge. But yeah, I appreciate everybody for coming, and we have 2 more meetings in June to continue to work through some of these issues. So we will do that. Anything else from my colleagues? Okay. Then we will move on to reports to the board. We've got update on legal fees, fiscal year 25-26. Dr. Hasty.
Thank you. Well, good evening, board members and President Kamkar and soon-to-be full-time Superintendent Dr. McCoy. I bring you the year-to-date attorney fees. This is a follow-up to the presentation I brought, I believe, in February when I was first started. So I want to just kind of reiterate some of the roles of the various groups we work with. The top one you see AALRR. We do various items with them from counsel for day-to-day issues. I know we're working, as you heard, with CPRA. We also, I'm working with them on some facility things and, of course, with bargaining as well. And then we get into Lozano, where we're working as they serve as our main board attorney services. But also, as I'm learning the nuances, there's some things that sometimes ALR cannot help on a facility issue, so I would go to Lozano for them, and they have some facility expertise as well. And then Adams, you'll see up there, is really focused on the special ed piece, along with you got Hatch as well. So just that's a breakdown that I've reviewed before of some of our services. And as we look, these are what the board approved at certain different times. You see that AALRR, that was the latest one that we did increase that to a total not to exceed 1.2, that increase of 655, which was at the last board meeting, I believe. And I will get to it. The big confounding variable that has just been, the biggest change this year, I really highlighted the main ones in yellow on this next slide, if you're looking at slide 4, are the settlements there. You'll see the New York Life Insurance settlement, which was September. It was a payout we had to do through our insurance, about $545, and then you see the Slater and Slater at $455, and then we had some employee payouts as well. So we're looking at that cost, additional cost about $1.49 million, and I call that a confounding variable. And I bring that up because that is a one-time for this year. We didn't have those same costs last year. But as we go to the next slide, and again, anybody have a question about that, shows the basic expenditures throughout the year up to April. As we go to the next slide, though, this really breaks down the various parts, looking at settlements versus no settlements. On the left side of this slide, you'll see where we look at our vendors with the settlements. And if we see that top, we go down 25-26, that bar chart down there, that table, 25-26. The left one is 2.9. As of 25-26 as of April 30th. And then as we go comparing that to total for 24-25, we see that 1.8 million. Of course, the difference is that 1 million. But this is looking at everything. If I were to take the settlements out from the previous page, and if you look at the bottom on the right side there, that 25-26, you see the 1.4 million in costs versus the 1.6. And again, that's the entire 24-25 without settlements. Now, one thing that, just to consider, this is only as of April 30th. We do have more invoices pending that would be coming in that will increase that amount of 1.4 as well. Yes.
Well, and I've noticed that we don't have invoices in here from ALRR for March or April.
March or April, going back. Correct. That's right there, because we had to increase. Remember, we increased. So yeah, we have pending invoices that are going to be coming through.
Do we have any sense of how much those are?
I have seen at least one that is over 100,000. So we're going to have some additional costs. We have seen some of those. This report was done before that. As we're doing that, that's also why we knew we had to bring back the increase on the fees for that contract as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good question. So again, if we just look 25-26, we did have settlements, but overall, if you look, we're probably going to land in about the same place. I can't say that for sure until we're at the end of the year and we're looking at total legal costs. going to the next one, just really looking at right now, as of year to date, if we break out special ed, we talked about that a little bit. Last year, we were around 900,000 in special ed costs. This year, we've cut that down, but it's still a significant cost. But in total, we're looking at about 2.9 million. Beginning budget this year was 2.1, so we are over budget. But as I've said, and Ree said, we had some confounding variables there that have increased us in going over. I think that is the last. Is there any other questions at this point?
Sorry, you said 24, 25, we were at 900,000 for special education?
Yeah, it's not on the report,
Right.
but yes, we were at 900,000 the year before.
And that was just legal costs or legal costs and settlements?
That would be legal costs and settlements, I think. I have to verify that,
Okay.
but that's a good question. I looked at total.
Okay, because I think that would be helpful to know, right? Especially in this context of adding a position for assistant superintendent of special education. If that's one of the pieces that we're trying to control for, is understanding the total amount that we're looking at, right? And what that trend has been over time, really understanding both how much we're paying out in our legal costs, and then the settlements are usually including the student and students' families' legal costs, is my recollection. And so that would be helpful to know, because even if it's lower this year, it's still an awful lot of money, and represents a number of students that did not receive the services that they
And we can
needed.
definitely break that up. And there's two sides of that. There's the day-to-day expertise we want somebody to have. So ideally, if they didn't have to contact legal all the time, there would be a reduction in that. The other side of that is systems in place early on with, good systems so we don't end up into the settlement area.
Right,
So,
absolutely.
things to think about. Are there any other questions about the update on attorney fees?
Sorry, Ms. Wilson.
I wanted to confirm, because I feel like we asked about where the Sobel report
Correct.
came from last time, and I want to just re-clarify.
It would be under AALRR.
Right.
And you'll see that on the top. And again, all invoicing it's within that
Right.
as well.
Thank you.
I do think, though, that it's worth communicating to council, and I can do this, that when we receive that report, that we should be also including with it the amount that it costs to do it.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, great. Other questions on the legal expenditures report?
Just a thank you, and I think if we could keep this coming, I think this has been incredibly valuable. So I just don't want it to stop.
Yeah.
I know it's not the most fun report, but
I know.
it's really important for us to keep an eye on.
Agreed.
Thank
And
you.
so thank you, Board Member Olsen, for kickstarting this. I appreciate you. So let's move to our donor contributions report. And that's still Dr. Hasty.
Yeah, I would like a motion to come back on this report because of what was stated earlier. If that is not in the report, I just don't want to give a report and come back and give another report with the addition. So can we just move this,
So are you asking to pull it and have it
Yes.
come back with,
the additional donations that were mentioned
Well,
earlier?
there might be a reason that he didn't have them in there.
Yeah, I that was news to me, so I need to confirm
Okay.
whether, again, if we're talking about ASB, if that's part of our donation accounting structure, and that's the part, remember, they're governed and they have their own account at the high school level, so I know that was the discussion, so donations taken through there. Anyway, I can't speak to whether they're in here or not on this one for particular, but we do have a number of those in here, so I'd have to verify that concern.
yeah, I think it would be important, I asked you something before, which didn't give you enough time to answer, but I think we know that VMA at Burroughs brings in an enormous amount of money, so being able to bring in the boosters, the ASBs in the secondary level, and then something for future reports. I don't know that we have the bandwidth to do it this time around, but I would love to break it down. I can't remember the phrase you used, like an equity.
You wanted to see it by location.
Yeah.
So it would show the donations we received by each school site.
I think it'll give us great insight into which schools are having success in fundraising, which schools aren't. You have a breakout item for outdoor science school, and that's always an equity issue that we talk about. So I think that could be really important value added to the report in general. So not only are we getting a more comprehensive look at what we're getting, but also making sure that we can, if we're identifying schools that need some help, how can we help them, and how do we work with our PTAs in partnership to address that, or maybe even encourage our BAEF to be reaching out to specific school sites.
Agreed.
I do want to be cognizant of the fact that we have some organizations that raise a lot of money that we don't control their finances.
Correct.
And so we probably are not going to be collecting their amount of donated funds. And we have some that are school-connected organizations and like official in that capacity. And so I think maybe it's really at the outset of the report, just giving kind of the what's included, what's not.
And again, this is informational to get feedback so we can get better and or celebrate as well. And again, it's a celebratory intention here to really make sure people are aware of what we're doing and that we're acknowledging the great groups throughout the district. Getting this right was a challenge at first because we just, back to the systems, we are getting some systems in place. And so we did have to reconcile some different areas where we do receive these donations. I think what we got here is definitely more accurate than we were. And it's the financial system we have that we've been receiving. If there is any other items, or if we'll look into that for ASBA and we can add that, we can just improve upon this as we move forward.
I think, as my colleague said, this is good, separating it also, because sometimes, but also, I do want to also see like some of the challenges in some of the areas that maybe some schools can't, and how we can help them even more. Even for some of the nonprofits out there that support our districts, that's also good for them to see maybe some schools need a little more help than the others. So I think let's start with this, and as an ongoing, we'll add to it as reports, right? Or you want to completely come back? I mean, it's at the board discretion at this.
No. You had brought up wanting to pull it, so I think it's whether.
All right. So it's fine. I want to build on this as just like the legal stuff, because then people will know more and more, and so it will also help.
So let's do the report.
Let's do the
Dr.
report.
Hasty.
Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
I was very confused.
We got there.
Could we, along with doing the report, it would be great to also get, if we could get an updated chunk of information about our ASBs and the boosters, since I think a vast majority of funds are coming from them. It would be at the earliest possible.
I've already sent a communication about it.
Boom.
Wonderful.
So we'll see what we can do. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
It's on. Okay,
Can
so
we get the
I'm
slides
going
up,
to get
please?
started.
Thank you.
I'm waiting for the PowerPoint. Again, the purpose of the presentation is to recognize and celebrate, the many individuals. We have organizations that support our students district-wide. We're going to just review at a high level the overall contributions received. So let me get right to it. And again, identify some opportunities to strengthen donor appreciation as well. And we are starting to talk about some of that as we look at, again, a public information officer. And this would be the roadmap to really say, okay, we're identifying some areas of need where we can get better, and also celebrating. So looking at the overview, I just want to take you, this tells you a bit of a storyline. If you're looking at 23-24, total donations based on our financial records that we were able to find, that we got together, we were at 1.71 million. And then if you see 24-25, we're at 1.68. And then that increased slightly for 25, 26 this year. Remember, that is year to date. I always make that point. In totality, you look at the last 3 years, we're at 5.15 million in total. So again, strong participation from PTAs, great booster organizations, wonderful parent groups, and we definitely have some individual donors. We have support from our local partners. As you know, we do have an arts foundation, and we do have charitable giving platforms and program-specific contributions. And again, donation benefits, they benefit the school size, the district programs, and we'll get more into some of the different programs they support as well. Here is looking at just the top organizations that when we looked at the numbers, and this is over the last 3 years, booster organizations in totality at $971,000, almost $1 million. The Chuck Lorre Family Foundation, over $815,000 over the last 3 years. We have our PTA organizations raising nearly $680,000 there. And the individual and miscellaneous donations at $641,000. And then we have some of the expanded learning enrichment partners, some of the contracts we bring in for arts and various after-school programs for that, $582. And then we have the Burbank Arts and Education Foundation, which is about $270,000. And then, of course, our outdoor science school contributions, which are right around $150,000. And those are our top. We have an exhaustive list, but we wanted to just be show you the top level there. Going to the next slide, community partnerships continue to be a critical component of student success. Organizations such as the Burbank Arts Foundation, outdoor science school supporters, fundraising partners, and charitable giving platforms provide definitely meaningful support. These partnerships help fund opportunities that enhance the student experience and support school priorities. They also create additional pathways for community members to invest in public education. So, we're hitting it at a lot of different angles, and we're doing a lot of great work. Make sure I go to the next one. Okay. Looking at this slide, the most important question is how these contributions impact students. We have donations that are supporting the student activities, the athletics, the arts programs, music, theater, donations that support career technical education, and then, of course, our enrichment opportunities. The contributions also help, and we talked about it with OSS and the field trips. I've met with all 20 sites on these budget meetings. We go through these donation accounts, we look at it, and I'm always amazed. They're funding the OSS science camp, which is a extensive, pretty good big cost. And I know that usually that's our fundraising committees at the elementary school, and of course some of those after-school programs as well that are helping. In many cases, these funds allow schools to provide those experiences for students that otherwise would not be possible with our core funding sources alone. And as we go to the next slide, looking at how funds are being utilized, we're balanced. This shows you the balance, the distribution among the activities. And I think what I'll do with the feedback I'm hearing from the board is break this into sites for the next slide next time. And we would show that. But you have student activities and athletics where we're looking at about $1 million. With that art, CT, and enrichment, which is $1 million. And this is over the last 3 years. And of course, general school gifts, parent donations, which are roughly about $1 million. Those after school and the summer program, remember we had that dual immersion program, for example. That's at 712. And then of course those field trips, 389. And then, regular supplies, equipment, and campus support, we're at 157 over the last 3 years. Okay, so the takeaways just in doing this exercise, donations continue to play an important role in enhancing educational opportunities for students. Parent organizations, booster clubs, foundations, businesses, and individual donors remain vital partnerships or partners in supporting our schools. These contributions help fund programs and experiences beyond what is supported through the district's core budget. And then, of course, we're continuing to maintain those strong relationships. And doing that with those donors is essential to sustaining the support moving forward. And then, here's where we look at opportunities looking ahead. There's definitely opportunities to strengthen as we talk about some of the upcoming positions we've been discussing, but we can continue with that personalized acknowledgement and thank you communication when we're really conceptualizing what some of this the staff could help us with, that the board can publicly, again, this is what we're doing now, we'll make it more intentional and deliberate to publicly recognize significant donations and recurring contributors. We can highlight donor impact through the newsletters. That would be another piece, and social media, district communications, school websites, really having a strategic effort across the board that would put that out there to recognize and hopefully, advertise that this is a process and we can do this and we're supporting kids. By celebrating our partners and communicating the impact of their support, again, we'll encourage continued investment in our district as a whole. And this will be definitely an area, along with increasing enrollment, but increasing donations and systemically having a beneficial and reliable funding source, local funding source. Any questions?
Questions for Dr. Hasty? Ms. Olson?
The spirit of this is so good. Again, Dr. Arkanian, thank you for bringing it up and the opportunity to keep talking about it. I know that this is not the formal space to ask for this, but as a board, I think this is a great agenda item for our retreats coming up on how to consider the recognition component. So I know Dr. McCoy stepped out, but I do think that that's something I think we should consider having an ongoing discussion on because, this is incredible to see. And I love too the note, the line item of just kind of the booster organizations, because what I see in that is a booster organization is parents, and that comes from the energy and the things that they're seeing in the schools and the teachers. And it's just the numbers quantifying the feelings is such a cool thing to do and see. So, but again, the last thing I would add, again, as you're adding notes in there, is the full list. And I know that this is probably not possible in the time, but the way that we're starting to look at partnerships and organizations and finding contact info alongside that collection of data also would help. Because again, around the holidays and when we start looking at these lists and want to contribute, being able to see the humans too behind it that we can shake hands with.
And all this came from the full list, so we can definitely present.
Oh, okay. I was thinking that was an impossible ask, but that's really, really cool. Thank you.
Ms. Cano.
So after Dr. Weisberg's question, I was just going to tag on to that I think maybe we can just ask the schools also to tell us who are contributing. Because I know recently over at, when it was the graduation for the CNAs, the Burbank Adult School, I know the Noon Rotary Club made a donation. So, there's just a lot of these unsung heroes, I want to say, that really I would love to give some. I mean, there's the big ones, the big gigantic donors, and then there's other ones that it's what they brought, and it's community oriented, and it's just like I say, real unsung heroes that I definitely would like to acknowledge.
Great.
And besides acknowledgement, also, for example, one of the biggest USC donors started with a $100 contribution.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you build on this. I think it's important. But I have a quick question for you. So when you're peeling up this data because of 501c3 requirements, because I know that some people give and then, so if a Rotary Club donates to the district, that's still considered a donation, even though they're a 501c3.
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are going to move on to new and unfinished business, 12A. We're still doing this, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Approval of Independent Learning Academy Master Agreement. Let's get a motion in a second, and then we'll have a conversation. So moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Ms. Olson. Dr. Macias, although it looks like Ms. Olson may have a pressing query.
I was going to ask before we moved into new and unfinished business if we could take a brief recess, 2 minutes.
We will take a 5-minute bio break.
Exactly, bio break.
Starting now.
Yeah, we do need walk-up songs for our presentations. That is,
Consider it Dr. McCoy.
yeah. All right, thank you for going with our little bio break there. We're moving to 12A, approval of Independent Learning Academy Master Agreements. I'm guessing that is a Dr. Anders, given you are not Dr. Knapp. All right, Dr. Anders, tell us.
This is a simple approval. We need to renew our master agreement annually. It's a requirement that we have a master agreement for students to enter into independent study. It's an agreement that has to be signed by school staff and parents prior to beginning an independent study program that's long-term.
Can I have a motion and a second before we discuss?
I already did that. You were gone for a second.
Oh, that already happened? Got it.
I was trying to be productive.
Okay, then let's do some discussion. Discussion, friends?
I actually
Dr. Weisberg?
wanted to highlight and give a shout out to, I don't know how many years ago the change came, but having required in-person learning is a huge, important step. I think it was it 2 years ago? I don't know.
This is the first year.
This was the first year.
It used to exist prior to pandemic and post-pandemic distance learning, but we brought it back this year, and it's important.
It's hugely important, just getting the data back about students who just weren't showing up or weren't present, and we couldn't gauge what kind of academic success they were having. So I just wanted to shout that out because I know it was a substantial change, and I'm sure it took a fair amount of educating our families about the change. So I just wanted to flag that because I think it's unbelievably important that we went back to that.
A big thank you to BTA to come to agreement on how to make that happen for our students.
Thank you, BTA.
Yeah, I do remember this being quite a big change from the previous year, but has this changed much from this current school year?
This year going into next school year, is
Yes.
that your question? No, we're going to keep the same model.
Okay.
Yep.
How many students do we have in ILA right now?
We were in the 70s, 80s. Their enrollment will increase in August because that's when a lot of families identify that that's the right program for them. But it's a little under capacity where it's been. That program ballooned to over 10 teachers at one point, and so we're back down to 5 FTE for that program.
Right.
We do have a bit of a minimum FTE that we need to be able to continue course-based, which requires teachers to have specific credentials.
Great. Other questions from my colleagues?
I wanted to ask about the AI component. Is that new, or was that from the past years?
That was in last year's master agreement as well.
It was,
That's been
okay.
a real concern with independent studies. you can
Exactly,
imagine.
yeah. I was just curious if that needed to evolve or if that has done its job.
Honestly, the in-person has done the most
Served that, yeah.
lifting on this. Is now all of the assessments and critical coursework is done under the supervision of the independent study teacher.
That's great. Thank you.
Great. So Dr. Weisberg, who made the motion, who seconded? All right, so it was moved by Dr. Agkani and seconded by Ms. Olson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12B, approval of 26-27 courses and instructional minutes for the Independent Learning Academy. Dr. Anders.
This again is an annual requirement. What we're doing here is identifying the coursework that meets the instructional minutes to be giving students the credit for the coursework that they complete. So we use a platform called Apex, which is NCAA approved, also used to be independently approved A through G, but we now approve it A through G through our school sites. So it meets that requirement as well, which is a great benefit to the students who participate in this program. But we use that curriculum top to bottom to be able to ensure that even though students aren't in seat, they are working through the same extent of curriculum that a in-seat program would.
Can I have a motion and a second?
Second.
Discussion? Ms. Olson?
I had asked about the Apex contract, and when it was last reviewed, it looks like the response was that it was 2 to 3 years ago, but I'm curious when we are up for renewal with them.
We will be up for renewal next summer. So we did a 2-year agreement with them and paid up front as a cost savings measure. Also, it allowed us to leverage expiring, I think, A through G funds to be able to use those up before the end of the cycle for that.
Do you anticipate us doing some kind of an RFP or kind of review before renewing with them next year?
Yeah, they're also recommending Apex is under the umbrella of Edmentum now, and they have other platforms that they would like us to consider as well. So that's part of the scope. The heavy lift for independent study specifically is because the coursework and curriculum is attendance. It's not showing up in person. It's completing the work. That's what mirrors the instructional minutes.
Yeah.
Anything we would consider, we'd have to really validate the extent of the curriculum to make sure it's meeting that instructional minutes requirement. So
that makes sense.
some vendors don't have that robust of curriculum. It's blended to work with an in-person program.
I know, I used to
And
offer
that's where
that.
this one shines.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And there are a few that meet all of those requirements.
Yeah, so we need to evaluate again. It's time. I agree.
And it's a good moment right now. 2 things. Any conversations, we're going to embed our teachers who are doing the work. And I think it's important. We have a small but mighty, very dedicated teaching staff at Independent Learning Academy. I'm going to put you on the spot. Can you name them?
Oh, yeah. Heather Good, for sure.
Stacey
Bowerin, Dara Lee, Josh Fishbach, and Gina DeFrancisco.
So again, and a couple of those teachers have been in that program since its inception.
Oh, they will remind everyone that
I
they
know.
built it.
And they're amazing
Including
educators.
myself, yeah.
They often get overlooked, so a huge shout out to that entire crew.
Wow, I'm really glad that you did that. Thank you.
Any changes from last year to this year?
No, other than I think the looming question is about enrollment and being able to sustain FTE. It's a double-edged sword because the teachers are great and they want to recruit students to the program. The problem is about the time the pandemic hit, ed code changed where you have to live within the district. You have to be a Burbank resident to participate in this program. We can't recruit outside of our district boundaries, and so any recruiting they do is recruiting amongst our own students, so it's not a net gain, and that's a challenge.
All right.
Wait, can they recruit to, what's the grade level span that they can recruit to? And can they recruit to students that attend private schools?
They could. So they could recruit students that attend private schools. We could recruit against students who are Burbank residents who are doing online school outside of BUSD.
Yeah. Okay.
So those are two areas, but they couldn't recruit inters.
Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? All right. Moved by Dr. Ikanian, seconded by Dr. Weisberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 12B passes unanimously. All right. 12C, amended approval of professional services agreement, human resources. Dr. Macias?
Yes, it is a increase for $5,000 to provide services for employees. So it's just an adjustment that we have to make.
Can I have a motion and a second first?
Second.
Okay, discussion? Ms. Cano?
Why are we increasing?
We need to provide more services. It's a matter of planning and organizing, so we're going to clean that up going into next year.
So we underestimated?
Yes.
Okay.
Dr.
Like
Weisberg?
five.
No. All mine are about interpretation questions later.
Oh, okay, got it. And this is for an employee, not a student?
Correct.
Okay, got it. And for this current school year, looks like.
That's correct. It expires June 30th, 2026.
Got it. All right, any other discussion or questions on this item? All right, moved by Dr. Iconian, seconded by Board Member Olson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 12C passes unanimously. 12D, approval of new classified management position, Public Information Officer. Dr. McCoy.
Thank you, President Ponser, Kamkar, trustees, staff, and guests. Before the board, item 12D, approval of new classified management position, Public Information Officer. There's a recommendation that the board approve this position to strengthen district-wide communication, enhance transparency, support crisis response, and assure alignment between district initiatives and community engagement. And that includes working with donors and foundations, as well as just was mentioned in the previous item by Dr. Anders. Parents have choice, and I think we all know that. And one of the things that is hard in a district that's been really great is to understand that we have to recruit our own community into our own schools. And so part of that recruitment and that to help mitigate our decline in enrollment is trying to get the message out, not just to students who might be in an online school that's located in another county, but also if they're in local charter schools or local private schools, and having that messaging go out. The other thing that this position will help with is we've had a couple really significant incidents that required emergency response that we needed to report out to the community. The other thing this position would do is, and that's starting, I've been having a little bit of a conversation with Dr. Anders about our home to school communication tools, and this person would also help us update and guide our training on any new parent home to school communication tool that we might want to invest in through some research and other proposals that will come to the board. So it's the staff's recommendation that the board consider approval of this position.
Can I get a motion and a second, and then we'll discuss?
Second.
All right, discussion. Dr. Weisberg.
Why is it a management position? Oh, high five.
Because it's going to be supervising a classified position that we're negotiating with CSEA, the Communications and Multimedia Specialist. And so they're going to supervise and evaluate the person who's going to become our new content creator, web developer. And if they're not in a supervisory position, we have to align both those positions to another director.
So would that person be within IT or just stand alone with the PIO?
This position would work directly for the superintendent's office, so the PIO would supervise this person. There would be a crossover to make sure that all the content we're creating is being evaluated by both the ed tech folks and the Director of Information Technology and Business Services.
Okay. And just a general request, and I don't know if Dr. Hasty can speak to this, but in general, it'd be helpful moving forward with any position that we know SBAC's feedback on newly created positions or whenever we make like a substantive change to one, just moving forward. So I don't know if you can share what was discussed in regards to this position.
They understood the need of it. And again, there was definitely a conversation around, there was an understanding of the need and the intention of the enrollment. But as there were SBAC members here that did share, their concern was just that we're adding the position at this time. But there was definitely feedback that was clear stating the need for it, and that it, as far as enrollment in those pieces we've talked about already.
Other discussion? Ms. Olson?
May I ask about the role that this person would be supervising? Is that a role that is a new role, or is that a role that we would reclassify that exists already?
That's a new role, but we understand we may have some qualified internal candidates that would apply for that new role. And one of the things we haven't discussed, but one of the things we'll be doing is looking to evaluate which positions to backfill over time. And it may be that if one of our IT positions, so for example, when we have board meetings at Olive, we have a technician that helps with audio and visual. And so that might become part, if of a person with a similar skill set may take over those duties to allow for less overtime.
Okay. Dr. Arkanian? Oh.
Long-awaited, I've been talking about this, we've been talking about this for a long time, so I'm happy that I'm seeing this. I deal with our PIA officer all the time in my work. I think one important thing, especially when it comes to enrollment and the role of the PIO is, you know, the social media aspect of it. We really don't emphasize as much on social media when it comes to enrollment, like some institutions like colleges do. At my work, we spend good ton of money on, you know, highlighting why you should come to our college, right? So I think it's important when we also talk about enrollment that this person understands that that is a big factor of this too. Making sure not only the information is available, but, you know, they have the ability, because eventually, you know, there are even services out there that can provide you the leads, can give you data, and it's very accurate data because it's really based on, you know, how many people are visiting the site, how many people are staring at the, you know what I'm talking about. So I think that's important that we also emphasize that within that, and we want to make sure that also here, when we celebrate, you know, we've asked, I learned that we have a very nice camera apparently at our district.
Yeah.
We never use, but those things, I think it's important for people to also understand when they hear the word the PIA, but also when we're looking into this position, we need to mention that, the social media aspect of it.
Yeah, we've embedded social media as part of the job description, and what we can report to the board are those analytics you're mentioning. So the other important thing in districts that haven't had this position or have not had it for a while is we will have all kinds of accounts that people think are ours out on different social media platforms. And so part of the duty of the public information officer is to find all the accounts that say BUSD or Burbank Unified or John Burroughs High School, and then contact those account owners and ask them to align to coming under our umbrella or to deactivate those accounts. This is also helpful over time when we have student incidents with social media, because an expectation is this team, the communications media analyst and the PIO, will be doing some monitoring of our social media and be able to help alert us to when we have a social media threat or issue that needs to come to our attention right away. So there is that aspect in social media, but what we will most likely find is that we have hundreds literally of accounts that have been created for different teams and sports that we need to align under our umbrella so that the messaging is consistent, and that this also over time helps reduce bullying that happens on social media.
All right. Did you have anything? I think, so one of the things that I think falls under this piece about communication and engagement and transparency and supporting executive leadership is, when we talk about enrollment, it's not just having enrollment messaging, but it's also coordinating with student services and making sure that the same message that's going out is the one they're gonna get when they call up student services, and making sure that the process that student services has, for example, is the cleanest that it can be. And so I think that's one of the things that I think we're gonna probably see this person maybe advise you on or see some issues with, right? Is when you go to sign up for after school, that it's different what's at each school site, and it's not always super easy to tell how to sign up for it. And that's maybe not this person's role, but they might have a role in coordinating that. And I think all of that to say, I think that those are the pieces that turn people away from us, right? When they say, like, I just can't even figure this out anymore, so it must, I don't want to deal with it, right? And I do think that there's, that it's some pretty low-hanging fruit to do some enrollment work here. Mm-hmm. The other thing I would like to see folks do, and I think we've started these efforts, but they've not really ever kind of taken off, is, I think Dr. Macias was having some conversations with local employers last year about trying to, informing them about permits. I think we aren't always super consistent with that work, and maybe that's something that this person could take on, is like working on those community partnerships, that community partnership piece. And that's really going to support the financial side of this and make at least me feel a lot better about being like, yeah, let's spend new money on a new position.
Yeah, and what I would tell you is like, you know, and I guess I would ask this generically, when was the last time you went in the bank? Like into the bank to do something, because you're mostly in your banking app and handling things yourself. And if we don't update our system so that parents have an easy place to see how to sign up, where to be, and if we're still relying on paper forms, or if we're still relying on come and line up on a certain day at a certain time, then that's not how the world around us is designed anymore. And so to your point, a lot of those streamlining our processes so that parents have a better, we call it UX, a user experience, meaning that they find it easy to interact with us, to communicate with us, and you know, share kudos and concerns. That's at the heart of the, you know, the request for the position. And then again, we'll be able to report back on analytics and on how we're making connections, on how we're progressing in this field throughout the year to the board, whether that's periodic or more regular.
Ms. Olson.
Yeah, on that same wavelength, I want to see that level of like metrics alongside of it, because again, I feel like this community can really see how valuable this can be within just a couple months of that type of messaging and that use of, you know, honestly, like UI UX, like coming into this district as a new parent, the amount of things where I was like, or the email communication, you know, coming from different departments with redundancies or lack of clickable action items. Like when we smooth all that out, we will change kind of the way that we are perceived. And then I think to the point of metrics, like there's so many opportunities we're not taking. Like, I don't know if you all were at the Arts Festival this weekend. Amazing, always is. But Parks and Rec had a booth. The city had like 4 booths. These are places where we should have representation and where we can be present and we can take feedback and recruit. And again, these are Burbank things that attract people all across the city. I mean, even like the Aquatic Center, I was there this week and they're like, oh my goodness, we're here and, you know, it's going to be crazy because the other school districts haven't gotten out. And I'm like, there's so many opportunities at Burbank where people come to Burbank and we could talk to them and we don't take advantage of it. So all this to say is I would like to see those things occur, but then to receive the data from it. Like, you know, we got to speak to 15 different potential inter-district, some of this moment or this booth, or we got this many views to this newsletter. Those types of things would be really great so that, again, we can justify the cost.
Understood.
Dr. Weisberg.
Is it possible to reimagine this as a non-management position without an assistant?
The answer is always yes, but I would tell you that I think without the CSA employee who's the communications and multimedia specialist, and that's somebody who's helping this, because right now, just as one person new to our organization, like our website needs a lot of help. And
Yes.
part of that is because over time, schools task a particular person at the site with, you update the site page, or sometimes we have students do it, or and when we define a position that needs supervision around, this person has a boss and then gets direction on, for example, if we, whoa, that's hear myself in real time. But
What's happening?
Robin's watching the meeting while we're in it.
He
that
just
was
loves
very
the board
that was
meeting.
very meta
That
during this
was meta.
discussion. Like, wow, it's
Oh. Cool. We're trying something new, everyone.
it's not even my walk-up song, as we said. Mine keeps changing, so I don't want to reveal it yet.
Don't.
But what I would tell you is that across the divisions, we're going to go through and look at all the current positions today that we have marked as management that may be reclassified. But with this one, our recommendation is we come in as a classified manager supervising our multimedia specialist.
So, a couple of follow-ups. Follow-up one. So we're talking about 100,000 plus for the PIO, and then is the assistant in our minds somebody who already exists as a CSEA employee that would be reclassed into a new position? Is it a brand new position that we're going to fly? So it requires us to create two positions for this?
No, it's a position where we may have people that are aligned to part of the work in the CSEA position.
Yeah.
So we've been told, and we don't know, that we have some internal people that would be great candidates for the new position, which then allows us to evaluate whether we need to backfill the position that they're leaving. So the goal is there's one new CSEA position, one new classified management position, but down the road, we may be able to address, because we're probably doing most of this work on overtime, and if we're doing it. So when we're doing the website, when we're doing, working on home to school.
You mean right now?
Right now.
Okay.
Right. And so we haven't run all those numbers, but when we task somebody whose full-time experience is to do the website, then we're relieving folks that don't normally do this as part of their job, where we've asked them, hey, can you update the page for this school?
Right.
Can you update the page for your division? So we think there's some logic behind the CSEA position and the supervisory nature of the position.
Okay.
Dr. Agakanian?
Another thing I hope, especially when we're talking about, needing extra help. So a lot of our, at least I know our high schools, they have really good video editing programs. They have, stage programs. I don't know if we can down the road have this PIO, work with them and offer projects, internship, extra credit assignments, where they can do some of the help we need, but also I think their input will help us as well. Also, uniformity is important, at least, making sure the websites, they're all kind of, we've talked about content and what's needed, but there's a lot of talent, even within our own high school, with some of these clubs, that can help us, with the social media and stuff. So I think that's important also, bringing these individuals these students, either as interns, working on projects with them, and they can feed us information as well for updates if we need. The key I think is also being updating people constantly, so.
Yes, absolutely.
Ms. Cano? No. Okay.
All right.
All right. Okay. Well, it was moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Board Member Olson. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, say no.
Nay.
That's all right. Motion passes 4-1. Approval, 12E, approval of job description for Assistant Superintendent of Special Education and Student Support Services. Dr. McCoy.
Thank you, President Ponser, Camp Carr, trustees, staff, and guests. Item 12E, approval of job description for Assistant Superintendent of Special Education and Student Support Services. Your staff is going to recommend that we pull this item, and what we'd like to do is, as part of the public hearing on the adopted budget, I'm going to ask Dr. Hasty and the team in Ed Services to work on a slide that talks about the general fund contribution to the special education program, including, as we saw tonight, legal. You also heard from some of our parents that there are some service delivery efficiencies that we really need to get in the middle of. And so, as I want to echo how important the discussion was tonight, both from the Budget Advisory Committee that's been meeting, and discussion of how we did have to lay off assistant principals at the site. But when you look at a $2 million increase in legal fees and legal outgo, that's one of the areas where we're talking about that we may need a specific focus in this area in order to decrease the general fund contribution. Because remember, special education is only delivered at 14% from the federal government, although the state did give us a bump in the amount of dollars coming into our SELPAs in this current version of the budget. When we get to June 25th, the state will have to adopt their budget on June 15th. We'll be able to verify what our new income is, and we'll also be able to show the board and the community, here is the overall algo, which we know is going to be at least $2 million over what it was last year. And again, it's not a challenge, but it's our job to provide the services that students with disabilities need. But also, if we have a systems problem, we're not able to efficiently provide that, then that's something for discussion, right? And so we would recommend not taking action tonight. We'll bring you back budget information in the public hearing. And then if we determine that we are going to bring this back, we would bring it back with the adopted budget and having the adopted budget mark where we believe that efficiencies and savings are coming from before we approve this.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
12F, approval of employment contract for Dr. Jason Hasty for the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services. Dr. McCoy.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to recommend the approval of the employment contract for Dr. Jason Hasty for Assistant Superintendent of Business Services for Burbank Unified. I just wanted to let the trustees know and let the public know that over the last 2 months, I've had a chance to regularly interact with Dr. Hasty, and I've found his view of our systems and the work that's underway to try and get to not just fiscal stability, but also an understanding of what's available in the budget and how we're going to address the ongoing structural deficit. And I've told him that he's finding and bringing to me the things I hoped that I would have been asking him, and we're kind of coming together on those topics. So I've appreciated the time I've been able to spend with him over the last 2 months. And I just want to allay any discussion that I haven't weighed in on this, because I definitely have. So this is my recommendation to trustees.
Okay, can I get a motion and a second first?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion on this item. Questions for Dr. McCoy? Dr. Weisberg.
Yeah, I mean, not so much. I think it's just the awareness for all of us, Dr. Hasty included, that the past year and plus we have as a district dealt with enormous blowback from bringing people on and then struggling with the reality that they were not the people we thought they were. And that is in no way a comment on you, Dr. Hasty, in the slightest, but I think it's important for us as a board to acknowledge there's very real anxiety amongst our staff, not just with every new position we discuss. There's real fear. I feel real anxiety and fear about every new position that we discuss. And so I think it's important to note that enormous amount of discussion has gone into all of these positions, and that you take a risk whenever you hire somebody. But that, I think it was important for me to just call out how much concern is it within our employees, with our staff and our teachers, and it's real, and it makes sense to me why people are anxious and worried and concerned. And I think it's helpful for you to have shared that you've been here for a couple of months. You've worked hand in hand with Dr. Hasty in some pretty difficult situations, trying to rectify a lot in a very short amount of time. And so I wanted to call out both of those things as true, that you're not blindly supporting somebody, and that I want to acknowledge, and I know that other board members have been in myriad conversations too, that there's real and well-founded anxiety in general about bringing new people onto the team, because it's been a rough go of it for us. So it feels important to acknowledge both of those things right now.
I think also in the interest of sharing information, because I think there were a couple of things that I got in my email that just weren't true, right? So this was a position that was flown, right? Dr. Hasty interviewed for it in February, March-ish. And the board said, we need a decision on a permanent superintendent before we make any decisions. And he was gracious enough to not run out the door screaming. You've now had the time to spend time working with him. and make this decision. And so, this is, as Dr. Weisberg said, I think we all have significant agita, but it doesn't have anything to do with anyone in particular. It's just who we are now, unfortunately. I think my experience of you has been just of tremendous competence, right? Specifically, there was a meeting that Dr. Macias could not be with us at the very last minute, and I called him the next day and said, I just want to say, thank you for bringing Jason in, because he really stepped up last night and has really, helped us tremendously in understanding things, in leading us through some difficult conversations. And, I can also appreciate that I trust Dr. McCoy to put a lot more guardrails around employees, generally speaking, right? I trust that Dr. Hasty is going to get a evaluation. Be ready. That's right. I have an amendment to make to this contract. Sorry. But I trust that people are going to be getting evaluations, that are going to be getting coaching, right? And one of the other things that I think in my conversation with Dr. McCoy that made me feel really confident about this as well is, he's worked with 5, 6 CBOs in your time at Oxnard Union.
Yeah, I spent a year as the CBO as well.
Yeah, and you spent a year as a CBO, so I feel good about his picker on this, and having seen a lot of these folks and skills, right? So I know it's been a short time of them together, but I feel good about the evaluation here. So, other discussion?
I just want to thank you because that was very helpful. We all got definitely messages of that misinformation, but I think that timeline and the credibility, the decision-making process has been just really, really clear with this. And even to state just an additional layer, the reports that you've been providing, I feel, again, for instance, from this board, that we're able to draw more conclusions from them. And then when we give you that feedback, it's just always been so quick, and we can see it tangibly. And so I just wanted to add that as a thank you.
Yeah, I will send a one-sentence question, and I will get back a novel with much nuance, and I appreciate that tremendously. I do want to make, go ahead, Ms. Cano.
Yeah, no, going on what Ms. Olson said. Yeah, I've just seen, working with Dr. Hasty, that I've asked a lot of questions, historical questions. Can you go back all the way, to 2000? I gave 9 superintendents worth. And I was like, okay, financially, walk me through what happened year by year by year. And so it makes me understand that he understands the history of BUSD, which was reassuring to me to know that he knows what's happening. But I do agree. I mean, we're all gun shy. You know that. The idea is multi-year contract. Oh my gosh. It's we're gun shy. We got, like you said, we got burned. So I think you understand, I think, why everybody was.
And I think
nervous.
both of us would acknowledge the fear is real, and that this is part of, and I've told the board before, and I've told some community members, and I'll always say publicly, trust comes from competence, which breeds confidence. And that's hard fought and won and easily lost. And we're in a situation where we need to show competence across the team that we're building, which will create confidence not just with the trustees, but with the district and with the community. And the other thing is a full team is complementary, and everybody's going to have strengths and everybody's going to have areas for growth. And there's going to be things that assistant superintendents are going to support me on. There's going to be things I'm going to support them on, but it comes in a culture of accountability where we're first accountable to ourselves as teammates, and then we're accountable to the district. And that it's my responsibility to ensure that each division in the district is showing competence to build confidence with the board and the community. And so this is a place to start. And again, we've talked about there will be an evaluation system. We'll give you a report on that early in the fall to talk to you about how that's rolling out for everyone on our management team, timelines, pace of play, and the kind of information we're seeking. And also, the board will develop an evaluation for me that we'll talk about in public as well. And that's part of on August 1st, we have our first board workshop where we're going to be doing Brown Act training, and we're going to be looking at policies, procedures, norms, and goals. And these are coming through very clear in the conversations that we're having right now.
So I do want to make a slight amendment then to the contract, which is under, just want to make sure I'm getting it right. Under compensation, it currently says, after receiving an overall satisfactory evaluation, the board reserves the right to increase the chief business officer's salary at any time. And instead, it should be contingent on a positive evaluation. There would be movement on the posted assistant superintendent's salary schedule.
Yes.
And I'm going to rely on our counsel to wordsmith that, but I think the intent is clear.
Yes.
Clear to. Do you accept my amendment, Dr. Agakanian? Okay. So are we good to move on this one then? All right, so it's been moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Board Member Olson, to approve the employment contract as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Hooray. All right, 12G, approval of employment contract for Matthew LaBelle for Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. Dr.
Thank you.
McCoy.
Item 12G, approval of employment contract for Matthew LaBelle for Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. The district conducted a recruitment. We had 20 applicants. We interviewed 6 in the first round, 2 in the second round. And the recommendation to the board is that Matthew LaBelle be appointed the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources beginning July 1, 2026 for the 26-27 school year with the contract that's before the board.
Can I get a motion to approve with the amendment to tie the positive evaluation to the movement on the posted assistant superintendent salary schedule?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, discussion on this one? Nobody?
We did bring Mr. LaBelle to say a few words to the board if you'd like us to.
One moment, let us approve it first.
Come on up.
Yeah, come and introduce yourself. Welcome, hello.
Welcome. So, my name is Matt LaBelle. I have been in education for over 30 years, and I have taught every single grade level from K through 12, primarily in high school, but I have taught all of those grades. I started my administrative career here in Burbank at Burbank High School as an assistant principal. I eventually moved on to become a principal at Camarillo High School, and I was there for 6 years. And I currently am the assistant superintendent at Oxnard Union for Human Resources. One thing just to note, when I came here in Burbank, when I started, I loved it. I absolutely loved it here. The community, the support, everything is so amazing. And the only problem I had was I had a 5 and an 8-year-old daughters. And my babies I'd leave before they got up, and I'd be supervising the games, and I'd go home after they were gone, and it'd be 3, 4, sometimes 5 days when I didn't see my girls. So I have an amazingly supportive wife that, helped out with all that stuff, but I had to make a selfish decision to leave a place I really, really loved to be dad. And I don't regret that choice, but I am super excited to the opportunity of hopefully this vote giving me a second opportunity to come back to this great place in a position now where my kids are grown and I can hopefully do great things and be a part of this.
Great, welcome back.
Thank you.
So you got a golf course named after you. So. Got a golf
That's
course.
DeBell.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Le. I'm sorry.
We can rename it.
Yeah, let's rename it.
Can we? No, we can't. That's the Tuesday meetings where they rename things. So, any questions on this item?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, Ms.
So
Cano.
just, I'd like to know how much experience Mr. LaBelle's had in human resources.
So he's had a full year as assistant superintendent in Oxnard Union, working without a director of human resources. So the director actually left her position in August. So Mr. LaBelle has been doing all the work, certificated and classified, leave, accounting, posting positions, conducting interview panels, working with FTEs and helping principals calculate the information in their master schedules.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Weisberg?
Hello. Hello. I heard wonderful things about you from Dina Grimshaw. Could you speak a little bit to, so you both worked together before, and I know there was a really healthy applicant pool, which is great and wonderful. Can you talk a little bit about all of the amazing skills that Mr. LaBelle is going to be bringing to BUSD?
Yeah, I think Matt's biggest contribution in human resources is efficiencies in the department that are directly supporting our principals. So, for example, where our teacher evaluation system was based on paper and notebook, Matt had created a system where all our forms are now online. HR is sending time check-ins to remind principals that year 1 and 2 teacher evals are due on this date, round 1, this date, and round 2. We also, for all our positions that we fly now, and this is something we're going to bring to Burbank, is that instead of having printing every application from EdJoin and paging through it, we have Matt's created a database that lists every applicant with a link to their application with key information from each application. And so all the folks screening applications go to one place. We don't need paper printouts. And then we can have everybody record who they'd like to interview, and we can see everybody's information in one place to have a robust discussion about which candidates should be brought forward for interview. So there's been a lot of automation, which is something that we're seeking here, is to become less based on paper and to become more efficient, especially for our principals when they have positions that they have to hire. And we do have teaching positions that are vacant that we're working on right now here in Burbank, that to make sure that that same ease of looking at applications is available so principals don't, for example, have to come to human resources at the district, sit with applications on tables, but they can see this database of who the applicants are, make recommendations for interview, and also a policy we plan to bring to the board and the community is a recruitment and selection policy that really spells out for management positions in particular what our process is, and being able to speak to that process regularly. So I think these are things that we want to bring to support our existing staff and human resources to make, there's so much work to do. When we do these efficiencies, they're going to have more time to do the jobs that they're assigned to do.
Dr. Iconny?
Mr. LaBelle, where are you? There you are.
There he is.
So I have a question for you. So based on all the challenges we had, at least in the past year, what's the first thing you're going to do if hired?
I'm sorry, the first thing what?
You're going to do if you're hired, based on what you've seen in the last year and the challenges we had with HR?
I think the first thing is to meet with my team and talk to them individually, find out strengths and weaknesses of what we do, how we do, learn what happens, and then go to work on, like I said, being more efficient, being more transparent. I think I am a techie nerd kind of guy, so I can be more efficient and have things out to people more, where some of those things that may fall through the gaps, obviously I don't know the specifics of personal issues that have happened, but having transparency in how we hire and how quickly we hire, and the process from start to finish where everybody knows the process and everything can get done quicker is one of the most important things. The other thing, I think just working on complaints and having a process. Some of the board policies that are in place right now are out of date in that regard. I think having those policies brought up to date, and then a clear, concise procedure for how to complain, where to go, who to talk to, what the appeal process is, all those things outlined so that the community, staff, everybody else knows basically the rules of the game before they start.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Second question is professional development. Like at my work, HR sends me, you have till this day to do this course, that course. Even for, when you get hired, certain trainings. I don't know how we do it in a district, because, huh?
You
No, I
definitely
do.
get those
No,
now.
I'm talking about automation versus, because this system that the district uses at LACCD, at least, it's a centralized system. Then you get training dates, you go in. I don't know how we are. I've never looked at it for our district, for our employees, especially some of the mandatory stuff.
They're typically run from an outside group. I would
I get
imagine
it,
Vector
I know.
Solutions is the one. And
Yeah.
all of that data comes back to us on the back end, and then
Okay,
we
good.
can send things out
Just
from
want-
there.
Ms. Olson next, and then Ms. Cotto.
Hi, I was wondering if you could speak a bit to kind of the structure and if this models something similar to what you have done in the last year in regards to HR overseeing some of these other programming, if that's been done before.
Talk to that. Or
Yeah.
either way.
Yeah,
Okay.
this isn't a reveal, but one of the things that, and I'll have Matt speak to this as well, is that we want to connect the human resources to those post-secondary experiences that we can provide for kids. When we work with our adult school, for example, our adult school needs internships and our adult school needs placements. And most of the time, we're going to let our adult school staff sort of navigate that. And what we want to do is be able to connect the district's human resources team out in the community with human resource teams at these, like for our licensed vocational nurses, for
Yep,
our
yep.
CNAs, for those kinds of programs, where to provide more support on the adult ed side and in career technical education. How are we responding to industry needs? And then what can we do to model best practices that we're seeing when we work with other employers? That's part of the vision. And then I think you can speak to some of your principal. Yeah.
As far as the other items, as a principal, I was in charge of most of those programs as it was. And in the district where I was principal, the principals were higher than directors, so they had more responsibilities than a normal director. So a director would be underneath a principal. So a lot of those factors were I was more engaged in, if you will.
Ms. Cotto.
Just going back to, for you, Dr. McCoy, so, because you heard, I think you were at the meeting actually, or you heard about the meeting in terms of with HR coming and saying in terms of how they wanted, what the recruitment you were going to do and that they put their voice in. I just want to make sure, was their voice heard in terms of the hire?
Yeah, and I relied on Dr. Macias to set up the first round panels, and we
Okay.
had HR representation.
Great.
And so we definitely wanted them to weigh in on, as one of our stakeholders in the first round.
Oh, good. And then how about Burbank Adult School? How, have you worked with them then? And so, because if HR is then going to be working over with CTE and adult education, would that be, or that's a totally different thing? Just
Right, we
question.
haven't had those sit-downs yet with Director Noguera, but one of the things is we're working in advance to try and set up the conversations that we're going to have. And it also, part of our job is to, as you know, adult school is separately funded. They're a whole different entity.
Right.
And then to create a space where adult education has a place where we're building understanding as a division with how to make that support direct. And I think we've seen districts across the state do it different ways. Some have a director, and right now, like our adult school principal is directly aligned to the superintendent. And I work directly with the principal of adult school on all these issues. We've seen other county offices and districts where it's an ed services function, and others where we're more of an HR function. So part of it is building smaller divisions that are more attentive to the programs that fall underneath them. Because sometimes in educational services, we might, have 7 or 8 departments. And so when one department needs attention, we may not have the capacity to provide all the attention that everyone needs. So part of what you see in the reorg plan is trying to create more nimble departments that have more support and oversight for the programs we're proposing to put underneath them.
So the adult school, you haven't had the dialogue yet with the adult school?
We have not.
And then but has the adult school seen this?
Just tonight.
Oh. Okay.
But we're planning, and that's part of, I've had some experience directly supervising adult school as in my district, I supervise the adult school. And so I do have some background experience knowing what their primary issues are. But again, I think providing them a place where they can be, a player of 4 or 3 instead of a player with 8, we can provide more attention to the program's needs. And it's always good to have more people understand what adult schools do and what their primary focuses are.
Thank you.
Dr. Weisberg.
Just going back again to the buckets that fall underneath HR, I want to go back to just CTE and VAPA for a minute. Those feel to me very distinctly in the land of ed services. And I think the logic of what you just said makes sense on a lot of levels, right? That it's better when more people understand. But I also know that we've had such a struggle because we've been understaffed and there's a million things going on with HR that it's been hard to even fill positions. And so, and I don't think that's a lack of competency. I think that's just a lack of people in the space and everything else being what it's been for the past year. And so I think there's sort of 2 things running in my head. One is like the efficiency angle of really getting HR streamlined and up to date and no longer paper, and maybe finding somewhere other than EdJoin because it's the worst. And, those kinds of things. And then the different programs, because I think, what you talked about in regards to help being a partner with the adult school and helping them find internships, that makes a lot of sense to me. I'm struggling a little bit more with expanded learning and CTE VAPA because at least those feel very distinctly in the realm of education. Not that we're not all in the realm of education, we are.
Right, and the feedback from the board is critical, and that's why I felt fortunate to be able to talk about this tonight and get these questions out on the table.
Yeah.
And one of the things that you'll find with me is sometimes I'm going to try stuff, and if it's not what we set out to do, then we're going to try and make a move to make it more sense-making. And, our challenge in public schools is, and I would tell people, like, the bell schedule at Burbank High School might be the same as it was 111 years ago, and the kids may be taking the same coursework. But to change that is dramatic because that's the way we do things. And so these are ideas and thoughts around efficiencies, and we're happy to take all of this feedback is good feedback, and it may be that we take a second look, and also we need to give Dr. Macias an opportunity when he has less than 3 jobs to look at the Educational Services Division. And one thing we've talked about is I've asked Dr. Macias to share with me his vision of the division. And that may mean some changes as far as some of these direct reports that we're currently discussing. But I ran an educational service division with 9 departments. And so part of my rationale when I bring these to you is there were times where I couldn't provide, as the assistant superintendent, all the oversight support for the directors, which becomes support for principals. Right. And so what we don't want to do is set anyone up with a job that's impossible to do from the first day. And so sometimes that means, well, let's think differently about it. And if we can do that, then we may have a more doable assignment, especially for as we're entering this era of holding ourselves accountable to students, to the staff, to our labor partners, and to the board. So just food for thought.
That's
And
really
more,
helpful.
And more to come.
So just as a point of clarification, approving the contract is a separate conversation than the org chart.
Yes.
I just wanted to be clear. Great.
Ms. Cano.
On what you were just saying right now, in terms of it, will it be the impossible? And the question I have is in terms of something like this, especially because of what the CTE and VAPA, there's so much grant writing involved. How does that figure in? How do you feel about that, Mr. LaBelle? I mean, how will you, I mean, how does that get, that's just so much.
Yeah, and really what it comes to is supporting the director and again, that position is vacant for us right now. We're flying the position. It just closed today, and we're going to prepare to interview candidates. We have, I think, 34 applicants as of closing of the job today. And so we have a lot of great choices, and we've asked staff to make recommendations for upcoming interviews. But really, you can't hire a director in CTE and VAPA without grant writing experience.
Okay.
And so a primary, and then the state just put more money into CTIG, and they're releasing more dollars. And we checked on our own application is being written as we speak. The due date's June 19th, and the team is hard at work on that. Okay. But really, it's about looking for the director themselves to have that particular skill set. And then how can we best support them if they're in ed services or if they're in this sort of hybrid division?
Okay, thank you.
I think for me, and I would love feedback from my colleagues as well, like one key metric for this position over the next year is really thinking about working with the kind of position control person and working to tighten that process up, but also specifically around our agency hires and trying to sort that out, right? Because we know we have more agency hires than we should. We know it's probably because we don't pay our people who could be otherwise in those positions enough, right? Like, so there's, I think, a real urgency from us around that piece that I think is going to be part of when we have that conversation about assistant superintendent of special education. But I do see that, like, the assistant superintendent of HR being really important
I
to
think you
that.
can speak to position control.
Yeah. I also have Dr. Hasty and I are going to be buddies because I have a CBO certificate as well.
Great.
And so one of the things that I've taken a lot of pride on is working with the assistant soup as well as the fiscal director as far as staffing, all those things, because if we work lockstep, then everything's going to be smoother and more, and we can downsize if we need to by not having to lay people off, right? If we're more efficient that way. So one of the things that we did immediately, because in typical places, and I don't know the dynamic here, so I'm not judging, but HR and business people. True, but I'm hoping not this way. But typically HR and business groups they're kind of fighting different battles, right? So one of the first thing I did, we have meetings with all of our staffs together now, so that we know everyone's talking the same language, we're working together. So I think doing those things will help being more efficient at hiring our people as opposed to agency hires. The position control person is, again, lockstep with me on what do we have, where do we need, don't overstaff, all those things. So that would be crucial.
Yeah, I think that's just super important, and I think addresses a lot of the things that have come up over the last couple months. So I know we got a report a couple months ago on like the number of folks we've got that are both staff and agency hires, and so it would be interesting to see kind of where we're at, whether it's by the beginning of school or within a couple months of that, just to kind of see how we make some progress on that.
Yep.
All right, any other last? Kelsey's hat. All right, it was moved by Dr. Agakani and seconded by Ms. Olson to approve the amended contract for Matthew LaBelle for Assistant Superintendent of HR. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Welcome back to Burbank.
Thank you.
Back.
All right, 12H, approval of job description for Director of Expanded Learning, Dr. McCoy.
Thank you. This item 12H, approval of job description for Director Expanded Learning. This is a revised job description. Currently, the position is Director of Child Care. So we revised the position to include responsibility around before and after school programs and also building intramural programs, robotics programs, and other activities for students beyond the day. This position would also be tasked for good communication with parents and families around the availability of programs, enrollment registration, and timelines. Would also be tasked with establishing good relationships with all our partners, Boys and Girls Club, working with Ed Services and HR around staffing ATB, and then monitoring the new program that the district's brought on board in Right to School. And so this person, we just essentially modernized the duties and updated the job description. Our current person has retired, and congratulations to Laura on her retirement. So if the renewed job description is approved, we would conduct a recruitment.
Great. Can I get a motion and a second?
Second.
All right, discussion. Dr. Weisberg.
As much emphasis as we can put on effective communication, because it's been such an area that's been lacking. I mean, and I think this is a particular place within the district that needs, you use the word modernization, and I'll echo that with like the way families sign up, the way families are notified, even things, somebody brought up this evening, the type of food that we serve at some of our programs. Like there's not a conversation happening amongst other departments, and I know that there's been really consistent frustration amongst our parent community about really understanding the process, the options available, when they can sign up, what they can sign up for. And so all of that to say, I think the more we can find someone who is really going to have super strong communication skills is going to be vital for us moving forward.
Other, Dr. Argani?
Yeah, I think also.
Can you speak into your mic, though?
Oh,
You're pretty far
sorry.
away.
It's so cold in here, by the way. I think it's also important when we talk about communications, we were talking about earlier about, reset, evaluation. I think it's important when we do the communication rights also to, you kind of figure out at one point, there are certain employees that no matter how much you communicate to, they're not going to respond. I think that's a good way of also figuring out some of the gaps, because we haven't had any kind of a universal communication system where you can point it out saying, so-and-so is not communicating. So going back to my colleague's point, it is important. We've been talking about this for a long time, know. So.
I think along with that, this is another one that we'll need to work with HR really well. I know ATB in particular has had a lot of subs because there's been a lot of positions that have been hard to fill. It's an expensive program compared to others. And I think people choose it because they are getting a teacher with a certificate, and we're paying our ATB teachers not a lot of money. And so just trying to really figure out how we crack that nut, I think will be really important too. And just really providing, I think, good for the programs that we're running, ATB in particular, like making sure that we're actually providing professional development and coaching for those folks, because I think they're hungry for it. That was the conversation that I had earlier this week with someone, and I think that's certainly what I'm seeing from my end, because we have some really wonderful ATB teachers, and I know like the ones that I really love are the ones that are retiring probably pretty soon, and I want to make sure that they pass on all of their wonderful knowledge to other folks, so that my kids want to stay till 6 o'clock. It's great when they do. Any other discussion on this one? Does this one, this is fully general fund, is that right?
We discussed there may be a way to do some funding through ELOP for this position itself. And so that's, again, as we explore the details of the potential adopted budget and make sure we're aligned to the rules of the expanded learning budget that comes from the state of California, we may be able to explore some multi-funding for this position. We don't have an answer, but we definitely, Dr. Hasty and I have had a couple of brief conversations about that.
But it's
right?
been in general funded before, when it was
Correct.
just child development, okay.
Yep.
I mean, I think that's, because I know in the past we've given back some ELAP funding because we haven't been able to use it, is that right? So that might be,
I know.
that's a good place to look. That's a good rock under which to lift. Okay, anything else? All right. Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Board Member Olson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. 12J, approval of renewal agreement with Droplet Inc. for district workflow automation. I think this is a Dr. Hasty.
Oh, let me find my notes. If you remember a previous board meeting, we brought an item to expand Droplet. We were using just one function of Droplet, and that was the personnel requisition, which was essentially a electronic automated system where it houses the data, and we use a electronic form that, speaking of position control, someone can initiate the form, and then it will route accordingly to start the process to fill a position. So we were using it for that one item. As we dove into it, and we were also having another solution we were trying to figure out was e-signature as well. So learning that Droplet has a number of different options. It can go way beyond just the forms piece. We also realized we can do multiple forms, and so that's when the question came up, can we just start adding all the forms in one place for the entire district? And yes, we can. So Droplet worked with us and said they would give us a shorter end-of-year contract at $12,000. I think we agreed to $12,700. They ended up pricing out about $12,500 to give us the access to Droplet until the end of June, which then we went a little crazy, and we ended up putting I think we're at 13 forms that we have put in there. We've been meeting with Droplet weekly to look at that, because I said I was going to come back to board and give a report on how it's going, because when we brought that to board before, there was the chance that we'd bring it back at $50,000 to continue it. So a couple things to consider as we move forward. The price is more than that $50,000 because we're adding that extra piece, which I get to the e-sign piece. I've been looking for a solution for e-sign. We looked into Adobe e-sign, and for the magnitude we needed, it was going to cost us well over, oh gosh, hold on, let me get my notes. It was well over, and I'll tell you the number. We were at $56,000. Okay, and then if just for Adobe e-sign for over 100,000 signatures. So what Droplet is allowing us to test out their e-sign now. We are using it. Remember, e-sign, there's a few solutions we have in the district. You'll hear about Google e-sign. It doesn't have the routing capability. It doesn't give the attachments in the same way. It doesn't date and hold the data like we need it. So it's just not the same type of solution. And then we do have a smaller version of e-sign for $1,500 with Adobe, but those would be more for initialing contracts and bigger, and that's what we've been using for the bigger documents. This one's going to be, this e-sign function will definitely, and I filled out today, doing TAs and like things that'll take just a simple signature and a date, but also provide that routing piece to do signature. So that's the extra $8,000 you see there will give us unlimited signatures. The other comparable price, if you want to know, is Inform K-12. They're another vendor that a lot of districts use. The cost for Inform K-12, just for their routing process for forms like our PTR that we use, is about $50,000. So we're looking at a solution here that's really doing the best for a lot less. So I just want to make sure you have that background. This would be an operational thing we do moving forward. Again, having all our documents, providing that routing, addressing some concerns in the FICMAT report, just really adding controls to the district. And it's a tool that our staff are already familiar with, and we should move forward with.
Can I get a motion a second first?
Second.
Dr. Agakanian from the hallway, and second from Board Member Olson. Discussion. Board Member Cano.
With this, since we're using Droplet for this, but you said we're also maybe using Google
We have Google Enterprise license, which it gives us the access to certain things in Google. One of them, it does have an e-sign form, like process in there or solution, but it's very minimal and you can't do the level of routing.
Do we pay for that?
It's part of a bigger payment. I don't know if James knows the price of that license,
Okay.
but it's a function within a license we already pay for.
Okay,
And we need.
I was gonna say if we could consolidate. And then, is this something then that, Mr. LaBelle, will you be able to use something like will they use it? Because we're trying to get
Yes.
things digital?
I'm not familiar with that one, but the other ones I am, and the answer would be yes if it's similar.
Yes,
You
we're
gotta be
talking
using
about
Brown.
if we were to do and I'll give you some examples, like an onboarding and offboarding form, HR could use. So these are all forms that we would be adding.
Any other discussion? Board Member Olson.
I just wanted to clarify, so that extra 8K is the e-signature piece?
Yes.
And is that, you use some language like they're letting us try it? Is that like a really nice, sweet deal, or is that like their normal price?
The normal price is $8,000. So
Okay.
what we're getting access to it now because we did the $12,500.
I see.
So they would say,
Okay.
yeah, you can try it, and so we're actually trying it out right now before. So yeah.
Oh, they're
Got
giving you
it.
essentially early access before you're,
And it works great. We've been using
before
it.
it starts officially in July.
Correct.
Is that?
No, that makes sense. Thank you.
Other discussion, okay. 12J, moved by Dr. Arkanian, seconded by Board Member Olson. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12K, approval of Chromebook purchase through CDW.
Okay.
Mr. Avery, oh no, sorry,
well,
Dr.
I
Hasty.
I have a lot of background here, and
Mm-hmm,
so Mr. Avery and I have been working extensively on this. But I think for us, I want to make sure the board has all the accurate information. I've worked extensively to research, and I know there's maybe been some discussion around Chromebooks and the purchase of with bond dollars, but I just want to make sure. So prior to bringing this item forward, I consulted with our bond counsel, and also and they confirmed, and I had that in writing, that technology equipment such as computers, devices are permissible. Also, we have a district project list, and I don't know if you know, there was a list with Measure ABC that explicitly talks to providing modern classroom technology and infrastructure, including computers, laptops, cameras, and other educational devices. So this is articulated word for word in from that the bond project list. So I want to make sure that the board has that information. The other thing. The bigger concern is when we look at the lending capacity of a bond, infrastructure upgrade in general, you want to look at the percent to the entirety of the bond. So if we're looking at, again, a $400 million bond, right now we have a infrastructure project roughly at $6 million. It could go up to $12 million over the time, but we're still talking about a 1% of that number that keeps us well within any type of compliance if we're talking about not spending that money on hard cost type items. So with that said, we are in compliance. This is a fully allowable expense, and it is also articulated in our project list. I do want to turn it over to Mr. Avery because he did this due diligence to make sure we're giving you the accurate quote as well.
So, good evening, Madam President and Board.
1 second. So the attachment for this wasn't in the packet.
Oh, I checked it. I had it.
If you go to the public-facing website,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where did you find it? Quote confirmation?
Oh.
Yeah, it's on the.
Oh, it wasn't in the big full one. Okay, I'll find it.
It's on the public,
Okay.
Yeah, it's on the
I'll find it
public
then.
agenda
Sorry.
page.
It's all good. Or I'll look on Dr. Weisberg's screen. We'll look together. All right. Will you help him? Thank you.
While everybody's finding this, can I ask that we're talking about using the bond money for Chromebooks now, but when we've talked extensively about needing more of like a tech plan so that we look into the future when these will expire and kind of rotating them out. Are we looking to take it out of bond funds in the future, or is this something we're looking to keep in bond funds?
I would say this is the first of 2 rounds, most likely. I want to say where it's, but it could be an option in the future. At this time, I mean, we're doing it from Measure ABC, but we could potentially make that an option down the line if we chose to do so. Again, back to compliance-wise and where we are with our priorities, we would want to weigh that pretty
Yeah.
carefully.
Yeah, I would be curious for us to kind of think about that long term as something that's not.
So yeah, one thing you will see, we're going to be bringing a resolution for Fund 17 and it's a reserve fund outside, and this is a part of a bigger strategy when we're looking at deferred maintenance too, and that's going to be a fund called Fund 14. I'm going to be creating sub-funds, and this is an answer to your question as well. For example, districts tend to either create a Fund 17.1 or a 14.1 where they do these sub-funds to every year transfer money out for the purposes of some of these
Things like this.
devices, so infrastructure upgrade.
That's
That will
really
be
helpful.
happening in the future.
Let's have Mr. Avery do it. Did you find, can we have him do his presentation first? Not yet. I feel good about our ability to do this, guys.
All right. So good evening. I'm here to talk to you about the purchase of some Chromebooks from bond funds to replace some of our aging Chromebook that we have currently in the district. So right now we do have about 20,000 Chromebooks that are used by students that we have. The vast majority of them are coming up on an end of life cycle that ends in 2029. So much as you mentioned, we're going to be looking at how do we handle replacement devices on a more cyclical system so that we don't have to come back and say, oh, we had 20,000 devices that we have to replace all on one date. So this is kind of that first step of, here, I took a look at this and worked with Dr. Anders, and we were looking at what the schools needs, what's the parent community is coming back with, and we came up with a number that was about a quarter of the devices that were currently in use. So it's 5,500 Chromebooks is what we were looking at right now, along with some carts. So when we talk about the middle schools, and we've had the parent groups that have come up and talked, they want to see us move away from the one-to-one that we have at the middle school level and bring carts back into the classrooms at that middle school. So,
Quick question. Are Chromebooks, I mean, I've had a lot of complaints on Chromebooks versus laptop. But they're not. They're glorified cell phones. I'm sorry.
well, there's a lot of differences of opinion out there as to what exactly the device works and how they work.
Let's see what
Okay.
it is. Okay, continue, please. I want to see which models we're getting because I'm curious because I can't find this thing.
So,
I don't have AirDrop. Oh, there it is. Okay, thank you. Are these refurbished or brand new?
no, these are
ones?
brand new devices.
Okay.
So we went out, we got a price to start out with, and it was presented to me from Dr. Hastings when I first started, and I said, okay, that's great. We'll take a look at. I'm glad we've got some startup legwork here, but I feel like we need to go back out. We need to check with some other vendors. So I need to get some more information. So I went back out to 4 other vendors and got 4 additional prices. From all of that information, the original quote that we had was more about $2.5 million, and with all the quotes when we came in at the final, CDW's come in at just over $2 million. So by going out and getting some additional quotes, that definitely is some cost savings to where we're looking at for the district. And so again, as we were looking at and listening to what the community wanted, we want to try and not do as much one-to-one at middle school level. So we're looking at bringing these devices into our middle school. So right now, we have a lot of devices that are out there. We're looking at starting with our middle school devices, so that way we can actually help with all the different areas that everybody's kind of looking at with needing some problems. Chromebooks themselves are one of the easiest devices that we have right now to institute state testing. So the state testing software is an item that we have to use. We have to do it from 3 through 8 and grade 11. There's a lot of different, the testing software works on Windows machines, Mac machines, Chromebooks, but Chrome actually currently has one of the easiest implementations of their software. So they can have a method where we just have to have them run the testing software. They don't have to sign in. We have less problems with them. We don't have to put restrictions on them to prevent kids from screen sharing and having people do things to their machine while they're testing. So Chromebooks are really one of the best avenues for us to do that. iPads are another function that we've looked at in the past. I've used that in my previous district in the very beginning, and we kind of moved away from that because of the keyboard issues that we had with them. So there's a lot of different options. Chromebooks, for the needs that we have in most of the classes, especially at the middle school level, I think that Chromebooks are going to be sufficient for what those needs are for those students. As we look at what's going on in technology and we start talking about a long-term plan for technology over the course of all of our schools, then I think we are definitely going to be looking at what other devices are out there. Our Mac has a new lower cost device, so we're going to be looking at that. Where does that fit into the district? Where would that be a good fit? Because that's, I don't think that that's a good fit when we talk about our youngest students that are at some of our elementary level. But does it fit well in the high school level? They might. But that's a longer term plan that we're going to be developing with technology. Is just what is our technology vision going to be? I'll be working with Dr. Anders, the community, everybody to try to come up with making more of a tech plan that we haven't had here for a while. But part of that's going to be a refresh policy and a vision of where we're going to use some technology. But for tonight, I'm just really looking at trying to get our some Chromebooks out here to start a replacement cycle so that we don't run into a big wall in 3 years.
Before we do discussion, can I have a motion and a second?
I have a question.
Before we do discussion, can we do a motion and a second?
So moved.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, discussion. Dr. Weisberg and then Dr. Arkanian. You've already asked questions.
Oh, snap. Okay. I have many questions. My first thing is a little bit more of a statement, which is, and I say this with deep respect to our parent community, I mean that. I want to make sure that our educators are at the forefront of driving, along with you, the decisions we make about how we're utilizing tech in the classroom and what the vision is moving forward. And it's not because I don't think our parents are well informed, but they're not the ones doing the work in the room. So, I know, Dr. Anders, you've been talking about putting together a committee. So I just want to make sure that whatever vision we come up with, that it's been assembled in partnership with our educational experts.
And I apologize, I did not say teachers when I said, but
No.
we absolutely, when we're working on our plan, we were talking about involving all the players.
Super
that we
helpful.
need to have, so.
Super helpful.
We ran this by our principals first. We did a tech task force with staff and teachers
Okay.
so that they're familiar with this plan. It
Great.
is an investment. It's a little more expensive, to be honest, because of the carts than the one-to-one, but it's the right investment. It's
Yeah.
the model we would want if we can afford it.
So that's really helpful. Are we doing any kind of like warranty or extended warranty on?
On these devices, they're going to come with a 1-year warranty. There's not an extended warranty on this particular purchase.
So do we know what the impact will be then on classified employees whose job it is right now, mostly to repair our Chromebooks or the laptops that we?
So I don't envision this being much different. Actually, I think that with the new devices going into carts, we're not actually going to see them get damaged as much as we do with the one-to-one.
Yeah.
Because what ends up happening is they're in a backpack, they get thrown around accidentally.
Yeah.
Nobody's thinking about what they have in their backpack and
Always.
gets hit by a ball or stepped on.
Okay.
But with these being in carts, they'll probably they'll be more durable. They'll have less items that'll get broken for that reason.
So is the vision then that there's going to be carts in every room in our middle schools, in all 3 of our middle schools? Is that what we're? I mean, I looked at the invoice and it was a little hard to tell. It looks how many carts we were getting versus I don't know how many we have.
Yes, we have enough carts to accomplish that goal, but we don't want to put carts in rooms that are not going to be utilized.
Of course.
So we're going to make the most out of what we have, but if a middle school teacher needs a cart for their instructional plans, then we will be able to provide one.
Do you want me to stop?
May I ask a question
Can
to
you do
your
like
question?
one more and then I want to let Dr. Arkanian go.
Yes. I have one more big one I'll ask later, but this is good because it follows up. So for our students who need these because they don't have reliable internet at home, and for our students who need them for translation, are they going to be, how are we going to make sure that, Because I'm assuming, especially the kiddos who don't have reliable devices, will still take theirs home.
Right. So with this particular model that we're looking at, these devices that we're buying right now would go strictly into the carts that are going to be there, but we have students right now that are in 5th, 6th, and 7th grade that have devices that they've been carrying around with them as a one-to-one device.
So they'll be
So
turning
we'll be
them in.
looking at those being able to stay at home with those students so
Great.
that they will still have a device there.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion and a second to extend for 20 minutes until 11, or 10:50?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Dr. Arcani.
So kind
I'm
of
giving you 20 minutes, people.
Thank you. I will make it short. Sorry, long. Kind of following what my colleague talked about. So we do have students who take these devices. I know bond money, you can, it's something that you use it for a lot, I see it. Do we have also the ability, because I know, for example, oh, I'm sorry. Do we have a ability also, I think it's not only the laptop, it's also the internet services. I know, for example, T-Mobile has a contract with LA Unified where they give out hotspots to some of their students who are in need. Have we looked into that in case
So
of?
we do have some hotspots that we check out to students if they
Okay,
are in need of
perfect.
internet access at home, and that we have recommendations for other systems that are low cost.
Ms. Olson.
To the point about the carts, I just want to confirm, we're not buying any carts, we're just buying laptops that are designed for carts.
This order actually is buying new carts as well. So we're going to
Which
buy.
line
addition-
item is the carts?
So it's part of the one of the quote for CDW. It is the 4th line on there where it's the Aver pre-wired
Okay.
cart.
Got it.
150 devices.
That helps. As I'm going into the quote confirmation, though, it does say Irvine USD.
So Irvine USD is the original bidder, so that we didn't have to go out and actually do a formal bid in the newspaper. That's their piggyback contract. So I'm going to be
Even
getting
though
that.
it's from 23-24?
Yeah, so that has
Great.
an extension on it. So
Okay.
Sick.
that'll be the contract that they'll be able to use in purchasing to
That's great.
leverage, so we don't have to go out to a formal bid.
Yeah, no, that's great news. Thank you.
Do you mind sharing the other firms that you got quotes from?
Yeah, so they're in the little bit of a graph that's above that, but we got CDWG, Ari Jones, BDJ, SHI, and MGT.
Okay, cool.
So.
No, I'm actually familiar with those. Okay, great. That's, and are we feel good about, presumably there's not a ton of service that we're getting from CDW. Would they be providing the warranty service, or would it be
No,
directly
it
from the
would be coming.
manufacturer?
Yeah, it would be coming directly from the manufacturer for the warranty service, because we're not buying an extended warranty.
Right.
It's coming from the manufacturer, and they currently have stock of those devices, so they can deliver them to us.
Sweet. I have one, well, actually, no. Go ahead, Dr. Weisberg.
Me again. I know, so Dr. Hasty, this is probably also for you too. I hear you when you say that we can use this money. Question one is, has this, I wasn't able to be at SFOC last night, which was a bummer, but has this been discussed? Has the committee weighed in on spending this money?
I wouldn't say they weighed in, but I did explain it to them, and I gave them the nuance that that it is compliant. But again, I reported to them, but I did not receive specific feedback.
So I think in moving forward, it would be really helpful for me when we're approving something like this, when it's bond related, so that we also get that feedback similar to SBAC. So it makes me a little nervous to spend $2 million of bond funds. Where did the money previously come from? I'm sure some of it was like COVID emergency funds, right?
That's pretty much where all of the funds
Right.
that bought all the bulk of those Chromebooks came from.
Okay, so I'm assuming there's been conversations about moving forward with our Tech Vision, where the money is going to come from as we modernize and replace future devices.
Correct, and that will be the strategy moving forward, to create that sub fund, which will be a tech fund that as we have money that may be left over, we would assign certain money to this outside fund, which would be like a 14.2, and we say it was a Chromebook refresh. So the problem is we did use Chromebooks, and typically when you use COVID money or one-time dollars, you want to create that fund somehow, some way, knowing it's going to happen. And we're going to do the same thing with the turf fields. So when you buy a new turf field, you got about 12 years before warranties run
Right.
out. So these are some of the items that we're going to be more strategic about moving forward. And so ideally, again, the money would come from those funds that we build up over time, which we don't have right now.
Yeah.
I do feel, because I know, I feel like that disclaimer was specifically for me about that this is allowed under our bond funds, and it was in the bond language, et cetera, et cetera. I do feel better about this one because it is carts, and maybe that's a distinction without a difference, but because it is going to live inside of our classrooms, and I've purchased those carts before. They are big beasts, and they will live with us for a long time, because we're not going to get rid of
No.
them.
And the Chromebooks themselves have a life expectancy of 10 years. I mean, that's without students breaking them.
Yes.
But, we'll be able to continue to repair them.
Yeah, I think.
But they'll still be a viable device for 10 years.
Right, exactly. I think one thing that was kind of discussing with Dr. Anders earlier was like we were up until a couple of years ago still kind of giving parents the option as early as kindergarten to get a device sent home as a one-to-one device. And so we may want to consider offering the opportunity to have folks return those if they so choose, or some sort of, I don't even know if there's an incentive. When I tried to have my child return hers, they were like, we don't know what to do with this, take it home. So we still have our Chromebook. But I do think that there's probably still a lot of one-to-one devices that are at homes that aren't really using them, that could be used in this capacity. And so that's maybe something worth thinking about.
We could put a appeal out to all the families and say if they have something they're not using, to send them back.
Yeah, especially if they're not using them, they're probably in decent shape too.
And we do have carts that we can use. So part of the idea is even with our middle school students, for students who don't want or need one at home, because we have the carts set up in the classrooms, to put those into our existing carts to be redeployed at high schools and other spaces where they're needed.
That's great.
Do you have a question, Jim?
Okay.
Since they're in carts, are we buying the cases for the outside, the protective cases?
This does not have any protective cases on
So
those.
it's
particular-
just-
It's just the device into
And we
the
just
into
pray
the car.
as they walk back and forth? Okay.
In elementary school, they have jobs for it, and they get taught how to hold them, and then there's one kid who stands there. That's Margot's favorite job, is standing.
Usually
at
the devices, when they're in the carts, there's not a lot of damage from the cart to the desk and back, but that's not always. I did. Okay. I'll come take a look and we'll talk about it.
All right. It was moved by Ms. Olson and seconded by Ms. Cano. Can all those in favor say aye? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Avery, for dealing with all of our nonsense.
Thank you.
We're on to the consent agenda. Before we pass the consent agenda, are there any items to be pulled for further discussion?
Yes.
Ms. Cano first.
The minutes from the May 21st meeting, I was not at that meeting.
Okay.
And yet.
One moment. Well, just tell me which ones you want to pull first.
That's just,
Anything else you want to pull?
no,
Okay.
just
Dr.
13A.
Weisberg.
I don't think I want to pull, but I do want to discuss.
Just pull then.
Okay, ready?
Yes.
13ILNOPQR. Sorry.
Cool.
I don't know what to tell you, my friends.
Miss Olson, did she get most of yours?
Unfortunately, no.
What? That's like all of the.
Okay, I'm ready.
13AB and 13M.
Okay. Okay. No, it's not. All right, can I get a motion to approve 13C, 13F through H, 13J and K, 13S through 13AB?
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. So let's go through then the pulled items. 13A, Ms. Cano. Do you have amendments to this? Is that the issue?
Well, no, I don't know. I wasn't here, so I'm going to rely then on you guys. But I just noticed on the minutes, when looking at them, it has me down seconding, I think on 12
In spirit.
in spirit. Yeah, it has me
Oops.
12.
So then maybe these
12
need
E
to
and
come
F.
back.
It has me seconding, and I was like, I wasn't there.
Okay. So let's then pull 13A for further revision.
Okay.
13B, Ms. Olson.
It was actually 13AB.
Oh, 13A.
When you said through AB, I was like, does that mean we're stopping at AB or excluding AB?
Oh, okay. Sorry. That's
okay.
all right. We'll come back to that one at the
Okay.
end. Can I get a motion and a second to approve 13B?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Dr. Arkanian. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nope.
All right. 13I, Dr. Weisberg.
So these are all sort of smushed together.
And we can approve them all as a group if you want to do that.
I think
That's
we
okay.
can. I think we can. So my question is, and this actually, I don't know if it's a you question or a Dr. Hasty question, but please
But we're
feel
still
free to
happy
join
see
us,
you, Ms.
milady.
Nicholson.
So for 13I, I, L, and M, those are all translation services. One for DHH students, one for just Burbank students, and one for SPED students. My question is why they're separated and why we have these separated into three different companies. And then additionally, the $2 million for 13I, I'm assuming that's, so we know that this past year we were far too conservative and we had to keep going back and revising the amount. So are we setting this at 2 million as a sort of adjustment to that?
Yes.
Okay, so that's my first question. My second question is differentiating between these three different companies that we're using. Could you talk some more about that?
Yes. So with Alpha Interpreting Agency, that's one of the agencies that we tend to use the most. So all three companies are used with students. All three companies are also, mostly Alpha is used with staff. This year, not including the month of May, we've spent about $1.7 million in all of the interpreting services for the students with Alpha specifically.
Okay.
But that also includes services being provided for some evening events, nighttime events, where interpreting support is provided either to the student or to the parents.
Okay. And, this is an area too where we want to try to get creative, right, and explore ways to actually hire staff to do this. But I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Keep going.
That's okay. And so with
Mind Your Language and LRA are the other two.
And 13P is also a translation one.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
LinguaB.
Sorry.
Mind Your Language is a new agency, one that the district hasn't used before, but it sounds like they have some very highly qualified staff that we wanted to try to use a service where if there is someone who is absent, they would be able to provide coverage, for example.
Okay.
Some of the others, sometimes they don't always provide that coverage, so there's constant movement. So Mind Your Language is a new agency to us. That one is estimated at $100,000, whereas for LRA interpreters, let's see here.
I believe that's 200,000. It's 13M.
Yes. LinguaB. LinguaB, instead of going the full amount that we spent this year, we're looking at adjusting a number of services that we use or the amount of service that we use with them for Mind Your Language instead. So this last year, we've spent about $217,000 with LinguaB, but this year we're looking at a total amount of $100,000, so that way we can try out Mind Your Language.
Use a different
Trying
provider.
a different agency.
And then with LRA, 13M.
That's at 200,000.
That was the one I asked about specifically because as I'm going through all of these, I was trying to understand like the cost breakdown. Like, what are they charging per hour? How can I compare them? And this one stood out to me because I didn't see any charge per hour or the students being served. It just seemed like it was missing a piece. And I was just looking to see if that exists that we can review.
We can get you the rates.
That'd be great.
Do we want, do you have what you need in terms of the other ones, though?
Yes.
So, well, I was gonna think like 13L, and 13P, are the other two that we could approve, and we could pull 13M for later in the month.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fine. Something else, and maybe we should just agendize this in general as something over the summer, but my understanding is that the supervisor who oversees our interpreters is only a 10-month employee.
That's correct.
So, but there's services, interpretation services we're offering in the summer, I would assume.
Yes.
So I think that there are a couple of elements to this I would love us to have a longer conversation about, just because it's come up so many times. So maybe just sort of talking us through, it sounds like you're saying that a large part of why we use multiple services is to provide coverage when somebody can't be there. It'd be helpful to talk about there being a supervisor who's there to support all the time, and then just sort of talking through this, because I don't think that now is the time for a more robust conversation. It's 10:45 at night. But I'm fine with what you were saying, proving.
Okay, so let's pull 13M, but
Yeah.
Can I get a motion to approve 13L and 13P?
13AP. Oh, second.
So
13L and
No.
13P.
Yeah.
Yes. Moved by Dr. Iaconi and seconded by Board Member Olson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So then the next ones you have were 13N and O, Q, and R. Are these all kind of under the same umbrella or no?
N is by itself.
Okay.
O and Q are together.
Okay.
And so N is just a question regarding, this is a speech language pathologist that we're contracting out, and I just wanted to make sure, have we flown this position?
Yes,
We have.
the position is continuously flying. Within the last few weeks, there have been a number of candidates interviewed. There were offers that were made to 4 candidates. 2 have accepted, but that still leaves a couple of vacancies.
It would be wonderful to hear from you too, like not now, but is the trouble in filling them because we are not paying comparably to other districts? And this is not you don't have to answer me this now, but again, it would be so ideal to be able to fill these and make them BUSD employees. So for future conversation, can be.
It is signing bonuses as well, and end-of-year bonuses.
Got it. Okay.
And compared to years past, there are more filled positions. Almost all of them are filled, with the exception of only a couple.
That's great.
It is.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
And then O,
O and Q are the same thing. I just had a question. If you could explain a little bit more. They both look like they're providing transportation services for special ed. And I'm just wondering if you could clarify. So one is big. I mean, they're both big, but if you could talk a little bit about, do they provide different types of services? What are the 2 different companies utilize? I know First Student is a bus company.
Yes.
And obviously LA City Cab is not.
LA City Cab provides cab services. This is actually for one particular student who's being transported to a non-public school.
Oh, okay.
And then for Q, this is First Student. Under First Student, there's also the contract with First Alt. It's bus services for our students who are transported not only within the district, but then any students, First Alt transports some of our students who are also placed at non-public schools.
Okay. Thank you. Just
Absolutely.
needed a clarification on that.
For 13O, I'm trying to figure out how to word this. Is this, I know, we pulled our special education settlements for today. This does not relate to either of those, is
No,
that
it
right?
does not.
This is a
Correct.
previously approved item.
Yes.
Okay, got it. And then 13R? I thought you had 13R. Somebody asked for 13R. I circled it.
Oh, I did.
Okay.
Sorry. 13R, I think this is Dr. Hasty question. So it next to the organizations that we're using for instructional consultation, it gives the appropriation number, but it'd be really helpful just to know where the money is actually coming from. Because I don't have our appropriation numbers memorized.
Or like the fund?
The fund, like which fund it comes. I don't need you to tell them, I think moving forward, because they're,
Agreed.
that's it.
Agreed,
That's
yeah.
what I had to say about that.
Okay, so then can I get a motion to approve 13N, O, Q, and R?
So moved.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes, moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Dr. Agakanian. All right, now 13AB for discussion. Sorry about that, Dr. Olson.
You are,
because it is
congratulations.
now
Fabulous.
almost
I love
11, so
that.
everyone's a doctor.
As I was going through it, it seemed like a new vendor and a new purchase, so I was kind of wondering why it was in consent.
He's back.
Yeah.
Oh.
James Avery.
You came from nowhere.
I came back. I didn't hear you pull
It
it.
was my recommendation to put it in consent, but this is part of the bond infrastructure upgrade. But as James will tell you, he's finding other ways to save some money instead of always purchasing certain items from MGT. We're going to different vendors, which actually, is this an established vendor?
Yeah, this is an established vendor. We use Gray
Okay.
Bar for other purchases already, so that's why we actually have
That's okay.
two different vendors that we were trying to get, and the way that we put this in was, I think that there's another vendor we might be able to get
Nice.
slightly cheaper even, but,
Nice,
so
okay.
I'm trying to get that pricing back, and then we just ask that you approve it so that I can spend up to
Okay, got
that
it.
amount of money, and it'll get put into
And
my.
I feel like a few times
project.
every week he comes, I'm like, great, idea, let's save some money. So it's been wonderful.
He's just peeling away at it.
No,
Well,
that's great news. Thank you for clarifying.
fantastic.
You got it.
And that one was already approved. So, great.
Can we briefly discuss how
Accidentally.
cool 13V is, though? It's that super cool table, the 3D dissection table that they're going to use at the adult school. It's so cool. That's it.
Okay.
No further.
I do want to do reports
So,
out.
sorry, board member reports from board members. Does anyone have any
Yes.
reports? Ms.
I will
Wilson?
be quick.
Go ahead.
I did not also get to see the SFOC committee last night, but I did review the agenda, and I just thought the annual report piece was really helpful. And props to you for putting that together, and I look forward to watching the meeting. I also got a note because I wanted to be a part of the EdgeGain training, and then I wasn't able to go. But I heard that it had really great turnout for our teams, which was really nice to hear. And then, yeah, I just wanted to say that I really wasn't prepared for the graduations to be a part of this gig, and it was just like such a highlight. Like that was so fun to do that with you all and to just be with those kids, and it was worth noting. Sorry, I know we're at the.
No, it was excellent. Ms. Cano,
I'm going to do.
you're allowed to do the shout out. Do a shout out. Shout it out.
No, we had spoken about. No. I just wanted to give a shout out in terms of we're talking about graduations. The first one we went to was Burbank Adult School. So I did want to give a shout out to all the people that completed their high school diploma or GED. And then the other CTE programs, the physical therapy and sports physical therapy, the pharmacy tech, the clinical medical assistants, the certified nursing assistants, and the people that are finishing up the ESL program. Congratulations.
Yes, absolutely. Congratulations to all on the graduations and promotions. It is a delightful and very busy week of the year, but thanks to everybody for making it very special for our kids and our families. I have one retirement to read. Alice Avertrazian, paraeducator in our Children's Center, and it does not tell me began work, so best of luck on what I assume is a well-deserved retirement. And we adjourn at 10:53. Missed it by 3 minutes. Take care. Good evening.